Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, everyone. May I please request that we all be standing? And if you can't stand, please raise your hands in the air. Please stand. If you can't stand, please raise your hands in the air. Make sure you're waving at me. All right? Hey, thank you. That's an obedient room. Please take your seats. I'm going to be with you for 3 days, and I'm the master of ceremony, so I need your attention. All right, let's have a good time together. How many of you were here for the first one? Please raise your hand if you remember me. It's lucky you're still in office, eh? Things change fast in Africa in a year, eh? Okay, good to see you once again. My name is Taji, and I'll be your host for the next 3 days. And I felt the room was playing good music. We have interesting pictures, the big billboard. We also have free Wi-Fi. Do you know that? Please go onto your phone or onto your tablets, whatever it is, your electronic device, and boot up Tigo Wi-Fi here at the Gen ICC. All right, so that will help you get connected to your office, to those you'll be missing back home. And if you are foreign to Tanzania and are a guest, once again, please raise your hand. Let me see how many of us are from outside the borders of Tanzania. There's very few of us, eh? Jamani wa Tanzania, tunawaambia nini wageni? Neno letu la heshima la ukaribisho linasema kwa mara nyingine tena, karibuni sana. That's what we're saying to all of you. So that's the first Swahili you'll be learning. And most welcome to Tanzania. Karibuni sana. Watoto, hamjambo? Mbona mmoja ndio ana sauti zaidi? Watoto, hamjambo? We're talking about quality education, and I'm speaking Swahili. These kids may not even really be tuned into me. So, hello kids, how are you doing? French? Should I start Portuguese? Chinese? Au nirudi kwenye Kiswahili? Nimekupenda sana mwanangu. You're very vibrant. You have a vibrant voice, and you're going to be singing for us today. Sindio? Mtakuwa mnatuimbia leo, sindio, eh? You'll be singing for us? All right, very well. But also, sikilizeni kwa makini. Sindio, eh? Kikao ni kikubwa sana, tunazungumzia elimu. Dunia inabadilika, mtakaoibadilisha ndio nyinyi watoto. Tukaona kwamba hatufanyi kikao cha watu wazima bila kuwakaribisha watoto nanyi muweze kushiriki. Naomba tuwapigie makofi mengi sana walimu wenu tafadhali. We're putting our hands together to the teachers for preparing the kids. Quality education, world in transformation. The transformers are these kids. And so it's a good thing to have them in the conference with us. So I just came here to say, karibuni, welcome. In the background, we're making sure that our guests of honors are here. We're out of time. We apologize for that, but we have a bit of a change. And so, you know, when you do these conferences and then you start with the dignitaries and government level and things are changing, you're always going to be a little bit late. But in a short time, we're going to come into the hall and start it all off, and we'll get the day rolling. So 1, you have free Wi-Fi. 2, welcome to this convention center. You have your exit points clearly marked in both English and Chinese. So you know where the money came from. And if you do your, if you would all exit maybe towards the middle door, these two will confuse you. The ones at the bottom will confuse you. But if you exit with the middle doors, you'll get out into the corridors left and right, and you'll see the ladies and the gents towards the back end of the hall. Okay? Kwa hiyo mabibi na wabwana, kwa huduma zetu za kijamii tokea milango ya kati, tutakuta maeneo kwa ajili ya kina baba na kina mama, mwelekeo wa kwenda nyuma ya ukumbi. If you go over to the front, the lobby niite, where we entered, the exhibition continues there. May I please encourage you, whenever you have a moment, especially when you're sleepy, to please rise and go visit the exhibitions. That's the best way to use your sleepy time, okay? And I'm sure it'll be stimulating to visit the booths to get to understand the work that many of our partners get to do. Request for a chair, sit in the booth, discuss how you can collaborate and cooperate. I think that's a good way to use your time. And then come back inside and continue with sessions. Has everybody received this beautiful bag? Huh? All right, please don't lose it because there's nowhere to put your name on it. And inside, what did you find? I'm looking at mine for the first time. So a big folder. This is very nice. We're still in COVID, times. Sanitize at all times. Sanitize your hands. It's really hard not to shake hands with colleagues or somebody who comes and offers their hand. You're putting out a hand, somebody wants to punch you. Well, all right. You get to learn what we all do in our countries, right? You may also greet each other with your kiwiko. Just put it out there like that. If you've seen here in Tanzania, we also do it with our leg. So don't think somebody's kicking out at you, but you'll get it sorted. But what's important inside, apart from the sanitizer, is the program for the day, for the 3 days. It's right like reading your in-flight magazine with your title, the conference reports, word from the board chair. And the board chair, by the way, is changed. Tanzania is now being ruled by women. So we have a new board chair. There's nothing we can do. I'm not surprised that there's so many women in the room. But we'll introduce him a little bit later. The introduction to the conference itself, our IQEC sponsors, and we'd like to say thank you very much to them. May I acknowledge them right now? Can we have continuous hands, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned them? Number tupige makofi mfululizo. SIDA, NORAD, Education Out Loud. Come on, louder. GPE, Oxfam IBIS. HDIF, UK Aid, come on. Innovation Week Tanzania. Pestalozzi Children's Foundation, all the 10 members, CAS Limited, and I think there are others that I may not have mentioned here, like the Malala Fund, Global Partnership for Education, Save the Children, CCBRT, We World, Children in Crossfire, and so forth. And of course, Tanzania is going towards its census. That's right, yeah, we're counting each other. We're counting the people of the country for its development on the 23rd of August. And so that should tell you what's happening in the country. So please go over the program. Day one, already a little bit late. Is it what I'm looking at? No, this is the conference report. All right, there you go. If you look in there, page 8, day 1. Our children from Igunga Primary School, it's a government school, I understand, will sing us the national anthem of the United Republic of Tanzania. We'll welcome the incoming new board chair, Ms. Faraja Nyalandu, already with us in the VIP room. Then the umbrella body, ANSEFA, the board chair is already here with us, will make remarks. We'll then welcome, and I'm not acquainted yet, to anyone from UNICEF. If you're here, as soon as I'm done, I'd like to welcome you to the VIP room. The Swedish ambassador, anyone representing? Not here. We also have remarks from the World Bank. The girls ambassadors, mabalozi wa kike, wako wapi? Ah, there you are. Okay, kwa hiyo balozi kiongozi ni yupi? The leader ni nani? Safi, umejiteua mwenyewe. Hongera sana. Naendelea kukupenda mwanangu. Safi sana. I can see a leader in her. Mtakuwa na ujumbe wenu maalum. Mmejiandaa eh? Si mmejiandaa kusoma, si ndio eh? Hi. And we're also looking forward to perhaps His Excellency Dr. Jakaya Kikwete, former President of the United Republic of Tanzania. We unfortunately are not going to be with the Honorable Innocent Bashungwa, as indicated in the program, but I'm happy to announce that the Minister of Education and Vocation Training in Zanzibar is here with us as our special guest. And we also have a representative of the Honorable Minister for Education Mainland already here with us. And they've promised to stay to listen to the special panel discussion on the conference theme. Barbara Chilangwa is here. I believe Rakesh Rajani, I would know Rakesh. I don't see him immediately, but should be here with us. And Boaz Waruku, ANSEFA Program Manager, should also be here with us. That will wrap up the morning session before we go for the group photos, maybe outside or within the hall. I think it's much easier inside. And then we'll take a health break very quickly, or we may continue because we're behind time, and we'll move with the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology presentation of the Tanzania determination towards provision of quality and relevant education for all before we go for lunch. So please follow this. Finally, how can you take part in the conference with ease from the comfort of your seat wherever you are? You can use your mobile phone. Could you all follow suit, please? Power it up. Go to Google Play or iStore and download something called Summit Point. Now, can I get the cameras on me? at least on my phone. Yes, I can see myself. Can you zoom in as much as you can? Which camera has got me in its sights? Download an application called Summit Point. SUMMIT, Summit Point. This is your gateway to this conference. It's a blue square with an S, like a Superman insignia, although it's not a triangle. Maybe that's, how many edges is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, yes. Has everybody seen it? If you're good with it, please just raise your phone. I just need to get an indication. Thank you, thank you. You can use the Wi-Fi that's free. Download that. And get started. It will require you to input an OTP message, which is just a series of numbers, registration numbers that will come onto your normal messages, and it will show you the numbers. These days, it's quite easy to just simply fill in the numbers. A little box will appear that says from messages. So once you fill in those numbers, it'll ask you to register. You can register your real name, and I think it's important, and your organization. The importance of it is that if you're going to use the app to send pictures, to comment, everybody will see your comments and maybe even pictures that you're posting, all right? And so once you've registered, it'll take you to a page that has quite a few conferences, but it will ask you to start with our conference. So register and enter into our conference. So your page should look like this. Anybody having problems? I believe it should be quite easy. 2 minutes. And then you will see the event location, just in case you've decided to move around Dar es Salaam and you can't come back to the location. It's always nice to get lost in a city, right? Any photos that we might be taking, you can see them there. But most importantly, if you don't want to carry this around, just carry your phone and the application, because everything that's happening will be on the timetable. So if you click on timetable, you see, there we go. We've already uploaded the program for the day, and it's color-coded for the 3 days. And we're also uploading the bios for all the speakers. And so when you go home with this particular app, you will go back home with your conference, with the conference in your phone. All right, so you may try that out. Yeah, it looks pretty good. I could actually use this instead of the program that I was going through. Yes. Anybody has a hitch? Let me see where you are. So it says attend. Hudhuria. You know, you get to understand the importance of school once you start working. When you're at school, you sometimes don't really like school at all. So the word attend means a lot to me. Attend classes. Today here I am, I need to use class. Is everybody good? Can I get an indication of how many of us have been able to use it? It's very important that we do, because we will use this platform for your extra questions. You know, you'll get to see the speakers, who they are. You can go into the chat room right now. You can send me a message and say, hey, Taji, you're very boring. Can we get started? Whatever you wish to write, but let's be decent. If we need to do a polling, opinions, whatever it is, simultaneously, I think we can get that going. All the documents that you need, you know how you come to conferences and everybody's coming with a flash? I think we can upload all the documents and all the presentations right here for you. You'll also get to understand what the sessions are once we upload them. And finally, if you have any suggestions, drop them in there. But most importantly, during the sessions, please go into the chat room and keep the conversation going. We are also going to be online. We are online. Are we online already? We have participants. Can you get into the application and send us the link so that some of us may follow the conference? So I'm going to ask my live broadcast friends, send us the link through the chat room so that we can all copy that and we could actually use maybe our laptops to follow through. If we want our colleagues to comment from wherever within our offices, maybe they can also join us if it's free. So let's use this resource, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't want to say this when we start, so let's do this now. If you're challenged, let me know. If your neighbor has succeeded, please assist anyone sitting next to you. Okay, so those were my early remarks and comments. Let me check if we're good. So, hey, Hoda, Ali Ibrahim, where are you? Hoda. Hi, Hoda. Thank you. You see, I can get to know who you are now, Hoda, because you're already chatting, right? Salum Hamis Kikusa. Hey, Salum, thank you. Please assist your neighbor to jump on. And Hakika Goliama. Where's Hakika? I don't see a hand, but I'm sure. All right. And good luck, Nko. Hey, good luck. Make sure the whole row knows. So you see, we can get to know each other from wherever we are. All right. And when you chat, you can say, I'm such and such a person from whichever country it is, whichever organization it is. It'll allow somebody to come to you and say, hey, can we meet? Can I talk to you? Can we sit down at lunch together? And so forth. All right. Kwa hiyo karibuni sana. Watoto wetu naomba mjiandae sasa, walimu. Naomba watoto wawe tayari kwa ajili ya wimbo wa taifa. Tukianza na hakika kwamba mmejiandaa vizuri, watoto watakuja kusimama hapa mbele wakiangalia hadhira yetu na mtawaongoza katika wimbo wa taifa. Na hapo baadaye kwa mara nyingine tena, naamini kwamba mna mfumo mzuri wa kuwaleta watoto mbele, jinsi ya kusimama na kuweza kutuburudisha na kutuelimisha pia vile vile. Kwa hiyo naomba tuwe na utayari wa hali hiyo. All right, so I think everything is prepped. Asante Vincent and Peter Nelson, Gudila Mshana. Hello, Gudila. And Tahsin Sharif, Mapunda Kawanga, Victor Nsima, Paimina, Talib Omar. Thank you. All right, so asanteni sana. Please assist your neighbor in making sure that we're all on board. Great. Haya, ngoja nikaangalie utayari wetu, manake naona ni saa 4 kamili tayari. Kwa karibuni sana. Let me go check on where we stand. I'd wish to begin at 10. All right, ladies and gentlemen, mabibi na mabwana, we're about to get underway. Naomba watoto wetu wawe tayari. And it's normal that we stand and put our hands together as the dignitaries walk in, and we take our seats and we'll proceed with the program. Kwa tutasimama, tutapiga makofi na kuwakaribisha. Dignitaries, please, may we welcome you to your seats. Karibuni. We have 2 VIP rooms, and so we're going to have guests coming from the left and from the right. Momentarily, we'll welcome our guests from the left. Naomba tuende upande wa pili sasa, tumkaribishe mwenyekiti wetu wa bodi pamoja na wageni wengine. Please remain standing if you don't mind. Na naomba sasa watoto waje wasimame katika maeneo yao. Walimu, naomba tuwalete watoto ili tuwe tumesimama wote kwa pamoja na wao wako tayari kuimba wimbo wa taifa. Please remain standing. We'll remain standing for the duration of the national anthem. Karibuni watoto, mjipange vizuri kwa jinsi mlivyoelekezwa. Naomba mgeukie watu wazima ambao wanasubiria wimbo wenu kwa hamu sana. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, to our dignitaries as we welcome them into the room and to the main stage. Karibuni sana. We have the Honorable Minister for Education, the representative of the Minister for Education Mainland, permanent secretaries, in some territories also called the principal secretaries, the chairman of the board, please, the chairperson of the board, and we will soon get our protocols right in a second. All right. All right, since we're all standing, ladies and gentlemen, and this is an international conference, welcome to Tanzania. And this is the national anthem of the United Republic of Tanzania. It is very much like your anthems throughout most of the territories in Africa. Karibuni sana watoto wetu, mtuimbie wimbo wa taifa. At attention, ladies and gentlemen. Makofi mengi sana. Thank you. We may take our seats. Watoto karibuni tukae. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second International Quality Education Conference here in Dar es Salaam. Karibuni sana. We're here for the next 3 days, 17th to 19th. I'll be your master of ceremony. My name is Taji. We've already discussed a couple of things before we began, or we've officially begun. I believe you have your program. Please, let's follow it. If you're using the Summit Point app, please take photos with your phone, and you can upload those if you wish. I believe everything is going to go quite well. Our dignitaries at the high table will be introduced on the program by our chair. And it's my great pleasure right now to welcome Faraja, Ms. Faraja Nyalandu, the TENMET board chair, to begin our event with our introductory remarks. If you put your hands together for her. Karibu sana.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Much better, thank you. Honorable guest of honor, Minister for Education and Vocational Training, Zanzibar, Honorable Leila Mohamed Musa, representative of the Minister for Education, Science and Technology, Tanzania, our permanent secretary from the Ministry of Education and Vocational Training, Zanzibar, representative from the Ministry of Education, Zambia, from South Sudan, from Zimbabwe. I would like to recognize the representative of ANSEFA, representatives of different government ministries and government agencies from both Zanzibar and Tanzania mainland, representatives from international organization and development partners, representatives of the private and civil society actors, distinguished speakers and distinguished guests, media representatives, our beloved students and teachers, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Tanzania Education Network, TENMET, with deep gratitude and humility, I welcome you, the guest of honor, to join education stakeholders and officiate the second International Quality Education Conference. We're incredibly honored for your time and dedication. Asante sana. Please clap for her. There is an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go further, you go together. We are here because we believe in the power of collective intelligence through dialogues and deliberations towards enhancing quality education in Tanzania and around the world. Kinsmen, like in the origin of the African proverb, I am honored to welcome you to this momentous occasion in the grand scheme of global transformation in education. We appreciate our working relationship with development partners, government ministries, government officials, education stakeholders, teachers and students for the past 23 years. We thank you for support and constructive engagement that we've seen and established over the years. This is the second International Quality Education Conference that TANMET is organizing to take place here in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. This conference calls for insights, data, and experiences to share sustainable solutions that will unlock the generational quest for quality, equitable, and inclusive education. Furthermore, the conference will steer discussion on financing quality education, teachers' professional development, skills development, girls' education, leveraging technology for learning, especially in the aftermath of COVID-19, and systems strengthening in the education sector. I was here as a speaker last year, and it is a great pleasure to see the diversity and high number of delegates that the International Quality Education Conference draws. Your commitment to be here speaks to the relevance of the role and mandate of the Tanzania Education Network that has played its role in advancing quality education in the country. It stands as a testimony to the high expectation and belief that you have of education CSOs and the network, which TANMET and our board should certainly strive to fulfill. This year has brought in more international delegates beyond Tanzania. As much as education is contextual, good practices are highly universal. They present possibilities, evidence, and direction. Ladies and gentlemen, guests of honor, when TANMET was established, I was just completing my primary school education. I am honored to serve as the chairperson of the national network of close to 200 education civil society organizations. The network represents CSOs, NGOs, FBOs, CBOs, international organizations, and now looking forward to actively engage the private sector, playing a role in the education sector in Tanzania. Our vision aims to ensure a national education system through which every Tanzanian child has the opportunity to engage in quality, inclusive education. We are enriched by our mission of coordinating and strengthening vibrant civil society organizations in Tanzania through networking, capacity building, research, and advocacy. Our main goal is to achieve equitable access to inclusive quality education in Tanzania. This is also embedded in our strategic focus of creating national and international platforms for stakeholders engagement, such as this one. Our members have continued to strive to deliver the promise of quality education for all. Your being here today is a sign of encouragement and recognition of how CSOs have played a role in improving access to quality education in Tanzania from time and time again. From a small organization in Kisarawe to a national advocacy organization, we come from all walks of life as TANMET members. But we have a common goal towards quality education, and we're all here to serve. I take this opportunity to introduce few members of TANMET's board who hail from all zones of the country, Eastern, Northern, Western, Southern, Dar es Salaam, and international organization. Can I please have the board members who have joined us this morning stand up and wave? Can you please have more claps? Thank you. The network has been instrumental in contributing positively into the education sector in the country through constructive engagement with the government, through the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, the President's Office, Regional Administration, and Local Government Ministry, together with development partners, especially through the Development Partners Group, and all stakeholders playing a role in education sector in Tanzania. Honorable Minister, education is at the heart of our efforts, both to adapt to change and to transform the world which we live in. A quality basic education is the necessary foundation for learning throughout life in this complex and rapidly changing world. Quality education is at the heart of the African promise, equipping schools with the infrastructure and resources they need to give children the best start in life. This year's conference is dedicated to rethinking the role of education at the key moment of global transformation. A theme chosen mainly in light of the current financial, economic, and social crisis that we have witnessed, especially because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the recent Russian-Ukraine war. There is no doubt that the world, Tanzania included, has traversed a very rough patch in 2020, 2021, and earlier this year, 2022, that has hurt severely the world's economy, with millions of people forced to work from home, offices being closed, and shops being restricted as part of containment measures. Travel was severely affected. It was inevitable that the economy would suffer. When the economy suffers, social development, and in particular in this case, education suffers. Allow me to commend the way the government of Tanzania has been instrumental in enhancing quality education amidst global economic challenges towards the end of 2021 with the loan from IMF through the Rapid Credit Facility. Tanzania government improved provision of safer and learning conducive environment by constructing 15,000 classrooms in secondary schools, and also 3,000 in primary schools on mainland Tanzania. We are also able as a country to construct 32 regional vocational and education training centers, VETA, as well as procuring 4,62,795 school desks and publishing 10,812 books in Braille to support inclusive education, particularly in pre-primary, primary schools, and secondary students. Your government, Honorable Minister, also helps schools meet minimum infrastructure requirements to implement a primary safe school program, PSSP, and to be able to allow children to resume back to school safely. It's important to bring to light and showcase such bold initiatives to other countries in order to bring about lasting possibilities requiring learning and change. I believe that it is timely for us to address the role of education as a topic of this dialogues forum, to uncover trends in education and learn unique perspectives in reimagining the future for Africa's education, but also of Tanzania, given the grassroots nature of programs and projects that CSOs engage on a day-to-day basis. Honorable Minister, it takes a village to raise a child. Our strength lies in the individual capacity, commitment, and participation of every stakeholder that is here. We believe in collaboration. It is our value. We are all running this race. And the ultimate winner is a child who will receive quality education. For the next 3 days, we will plant a seed. In some instances, we will harvest where we had planted before. Just as education and learning is a continuum, not confined to a space, not limited because of gender or learning differences, nor reserved to the number of years we are in school. This conference aims to create a momentum that will continue beyond this building. Thank you, guest of honor, for gracing us with your presence. I wish all of us a successful and productive conference. If you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go further, we go together. This is our chance for all of us to go further so that we can achieve the dream of quality education for every child in Tanzania and around the world. Thank you for listening. Asante sana.
Thank you for acknowledging a very powerful opening remarks from the chair. And that was a very good listen. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to acknowledge, go back on the protocol list and acknowledge our esteemed guests in the room. First of all, we have the guest of honor, and then we have the chief guest. This happens because we have the full minister for education and vocational training from Zanzibar, Madam Leila Mohamed Musa. And thank you. The Allens are following suit with how many women we have in power. Congratulations. Education is definitely a forte for women. And we also have, that's our chief guest, but our guest of honor, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't mind, allow me to introduce Francis Michael, who's the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Education, Science, and Technology in the mainland, representing the Honorable Minister, Professor Adolf Faustin Mkenda. And so he is our guest of honor. Polite protocol, as well as acknowledgements of the full minister. I will ask you later, the guest of honor, to actually welcome the Honorable Minister from Zanzibar to speak. And then thereafter, she will have the courtesy to welcome you as the guest of honor to also come and speak after her own speech. Right, so we'll do that politely. But ladies and gentlemen, as we speak, everybody that comes up front, may I please request that we don't do the government protocols too much. So chief guest, guest of honor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's continue. Sounds good? Doesn't waste time, and it's a good flow, all right? And so others that I wish to introduce to you, our permanent secretary in the Ministry of Education and Vocational Training, Zanzibar, Ali Hamis Juma. Not seated at the high table, but please stand, from the Ministry of Education, Zambia, Priska Simkonda, Director of Standards and Curriculum. From South Sudan, Ustaz Omot Okonyolok, please stand and be acknowledged. Director General, National Curriculum Development, of course, representing their ministries. Dr. Torerai Moyo, who is a member of parliament for Gokwe, Shirea, Zimbabwe, and also the chair of the Portfolio Committee on Primary and Secondary Education. From Zimbabwe as well, Masocha Cyprian, representing the Principal Secretary, would it be in Zimbabwe, as you say it? Chief Director for Curriculum Development and Technical Services. And we're also truly honored to have representation from the Embassy of Sweden in Dar es Salaam. May I please acknowledge Elena Palmer, Deputy Head of Corporation. Please stand, as well as Stella Mayenje and Stephen Chimalo, the whole team, thank you for being here with us. We have representation from the World Bank, Preeti Arora, the acting country director. Please be acknowledged. From UNICEF, Shalini Bahuguna, Daniel Baheta, Chief of Education, and Ayub Kafulilo, who's the education specialist. If you would all stand from UNICEF. Thank you very much for your presence here. And from UNESCO, Angelica, I'm not going to mention your second name. I need to actually get to study it. The education specialist from UNESCO. Thank you very much. And the Commissioner of Education, Mr. Venance Manori from the mainland. Please also acknowledge his presence here. And ladies and gentlemen, being very, very, very modest about being the outgoing chair of TENMET, Dr. Kalage, please stand, as I will also be inviting you to speak shortly. And so, Mr. Ochola as well, the coordinator for TENMET, the man making it happen. No problem at all. In fact, the point that he is raising to me right now is, if we do not acknowledge anyone here in this formative stages, anyone else coming to speak, please acknowledge others in the room. And so that will round out our protocol. And so with that said, let's move into our second part. Of the program. Dr. John Kalage, as acknowledged, Chairperson, ANSEFA, the umbrella board, Chairperson of the board, please put your hands together for the immediate past Chair, TENMET, Karibu Sana.
Dr. Francis Michael, Permanent Secretary, Minister of Education, who is also our guest of honor in this occasion. Honorable Leila Mohammed, Minister of Education and Vocation Training from Zanzibar. Mr. Ali Hamisi Juma, Permanent Secretary from Zanzibar. Madam Faraja Nyalandu, the TENMET board chair. Honorable members of the Education Development Partners, distinguished guests, conference participants, ladies and gentlemen, all of protocols observed. It's really a great honor to address this auspicious audience in my capacity as the ANSEFA board chair. ANSEFA is an abbreviation of African Network Campaign for on Education for All, which brings together all national coalitions across the 38 countries. So I'm standing here today not as the executive director for Hakelim, not as the retired board chair, because I handed over the responsibility to the new board and to Madam Faraja early this year. So I am standing here in the capacity of the ANSEFA board chair. Established in 2000 after the Dakar Education for All conference, ANSEFA envisioned a literate and empowered Africa where quality education for all is a reality and is enjoyed by all children, by youth and others without any obstacles. ANSEFA has developed itself and has membership, as I said earlier, in 38 countries across Africa, where national education coalitions such as TENMET anchor the policy analysis, advocacy, and campaign work coordinated by a secretariat team which is based in Dakar, Senegal. As the immediate past board chair of TENMET, I wish to express my appreciation to the leadership and membership of TENMET for extending an invitation to ANSEFA to participate in this groundbreaking and transformative conference, which is the second international conference to be organized by TENMET. When I was coming in, I just chatted with my vice chair, and we are all proud to see that TENMET is going to another level. Last year, we organized the first conference, but this one, I can see the organization has gone to the next level. So congratulations, Ochola and the board chair. At the very moment when leaders and CSO actors are gearing up for the Transforming Education Summit convened by the General Secretary of the United Nations in September, the second International Quality Education Conference is organized at an appropriate moment to reflect on the status of education policies and practices in Tanzania and in the Eastern Africa region. Indeed, the platform offered by IQUIC allows us to share knowledge, to share expertise, to share innovations on pertinent solutions that will enable African countries to inform the education for sustainable development of the continent. Such solutions should be aligned to the African Heart of States vision agenda, which is commonly known as Agenda 2063, and the Africa strategy for education, which is known as Continental Education Strategy for Africa 2016 to 2025. As we search for solutions, we must ask ourselves this question: what are the game changers and the transformative ideas that can accelerate progress towards fulfilling the nation's and the continental visions of education towards 2063? The guest of honor: transforming education in Africa will require government to raise adequate domestic resources and invest in the education systems, including for the infrastructure, teachers recruitment, and provision of teaching and learning materials in sufficient numbers. All countries should be aiming at meeting the financing benchmark of 4 to 6% of the GDP and 15 to 20% of the national budget allocated to education, which lower income countries such as Tanzania are striving to reach or surpass. Unfortunately, as noted in the 2021-2022 UNESCO Global Education Monitoring Report, government funding for education as a share of the national income remained at 4.3% in lower to middle income countries, and it has increased slightly from 3.2% to 3.5% of the GDP in lower income countries since 2010. So that is a very marginal increase. Tanzania is providing 3.5% of the GDP to education and around 13% of the national budget to education, which means that we need to do more as a country to reach the benchmark. Countries like Namibia, Sierra Leone, Lesotho, South Africa, Swaziland, and Kenya have managed to invest above 5% of their GDP in education. And I would like to strongly encourage other African countries to follow this good example. In this regard, there's a need to change the narrative and convince political leaders at the highest level that education spending is the best investment a country can make, which yield the highest returns. Tanzania is definitely trying, but can surely do better in demonstrating the highest level of political will by reconstructing the education status for the better. Tanzania and many African countries can raise national domestic revenue to increase financing for education by undertaking several transformative actions, such as improving revenue administration to increase tax compliance, expanding the tax base and close tax havens, ensure that tax to GDP ratio is increased to at least 14.4% as per the third 5 years development plan projection by 2025-2026. Other measures may include applying proven and emerging innovative financing mechanisms such as education levies, debt conversion bonds, Euro bonds, corporate social responsibility, public-private partnership, diaspora remittance, and others. These measures that I have just mentioned have been applied in some of the countries and have made very good results. Once the resources are raised, as raising resources is one thing, but utilizing them appropriately is another. So once we raise the adequate resources, there is a need to use them prudently by ensuring equitable spending, good public finance management, and allocating sufficient resources to less funded areas such as early childhood education, youth skills development, and inclusive education. Dear guests of honor, ladies and gentlemen, the proposed solution for the system transformation should include the need to reflect on promoting skills to build a new generation of African leaders, address gender inequalities and harmful norms and practices, and ensure that girl child is provided full support to realize her potential. And in this vein, ANSEFA join the education community to commend the decision by the Tanzanian government to allow teenage mothers to return to school after giving birth. Let's clap for our government. Additionally, there is a need to adopt a gender transformative approach to issues such as gender-based violence and harmful social norms, and promote science, technology, and mathematics for girls. Furthermore, quality education cannot be a reality if our countries do not address issues related to teacher training, recruitment and motivation. Teachers should be adequately supported and trained to use ICT and digital solutions to ensure continuity of learning online and offline. These and other issues should be considered going forward. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to end my remarks by welcoming this platform created by TENMET to discuss all the issues pertinent to future of education in Tanzania, East Africa, and beyond. As ANSEFA, we stand ready to take up the recommendations from this platform and amplify them in the regional and global advocacy spaces, such as UNESCO collective consultation of NGOs, the Africa Union Education, Science and Technology meetings, the GPE board, and the Transformation Education Summit, which is happening in the next month. We have great challenges and great opportunities. Let us mobilize our collective efforts for renewed commitment for education and the practical solutions to improve the quality of education in Africa. I wish all participants fruitful deliberations. Thank you, and God bless you.
God bless you too. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I please present to you one of Tanzania's fiery member of parliament, a defender of education, very forward-thinking. You're already smiling, sir. We remember your debates in parliament. And I think the worst thing about being a member of parliament is if you have the best ideas and they just don't turn out. So ladies and gentlemen, from wherever you are, please make sure that you sit down with Mheshimiwa Jumanne Kibera Kishimba. Please stand, sir. We're truly honored to have you in the room. because you speak for us. Now the action part, let's see if the theme will translate that. Karibu sana mheshimiwa. Tunakuheshimu sana kama mfanyabiashara na kiongozi hodari, defender wa elimu Tanzania. All right, so let's continue. So we're now going to request remarks from UNICEF, and then we'll go to the Swedish Embassy, and then thereafter we'll hear remarks from the World Bank. And so let's begin with UNICEF, the representative. Please, let's give a bit of space. Karibu.
Asante sana. Honorable guest of honor, my very special Dada, Minister of Education and Vocational Training, Zanzibar, Leila Musa, lovely to see you again. Honorable Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, Dr. Francis Michael, lovely to have met you this morning as our chief guest. I've been told after this, members of parliament, all my development partner colleagues present here, lovely to see a full women brigade, fantastic. My very special guests today, the Watoto who are here, Watoto, Wasichana, Wa Mufano, the media, the private sector, just very delightful to be here at the second summit of rethinking the role of education at this very critical moment of global transformation. And let me just, in my protocol, say how delightful it is that we have in Paraja Kota Nelandu, a very distinguished young leader of the country, another female spearheading change. It's just delightful to be sharing this podium with you. For those of you who know my brother, John Kalage, you will know how difficult it is to speak after him. Because when he speaks, he pretty much covers everything. So it's very hard to take the podium after him, but I will try. It's a real pleasure to be here on behalf of development partners at the second International Quality Education Conference. I want to digress from my speech. I first want to congratulate Tanzania for 4 things. The first is for the fee-free basic education policy that we saw its impact start from 2016. We really, in Tanzania, have come a long way thanks to this visionary policy. Secondly, with Her Excellency, Mama Samia Suluhu Hassan, whole emphasis of Elimu Jumuishi, inclusive education. So we've got kids into school, but what is really happening? Are girls in school? Are pregnant girls in school? Are children with disabilities in school? And if they are they learning? And are the poorest communities and households able to send their children to school, keep their children to school and in school, and added to that, what is the quality of learning? Our Mama Samia has really made education her top priority, and not just education that puts inclusivity, equity, and equality at its heart. Please, ladies and gentlemen, join me in a big round of applause for our leadership. So are these just words? No, they're not just words, because as was referred to earlier, we've already seen an inclusive education guideline that's come out of the ministry. But another thing, Her Excellency herself, when she was in London at the Global Education Summit, committed to 20% of the education budget, of the budget to be committed to the education sector. And we've also seen the 4th thing for which I want to congratulate the country is a completely different approach in how we discuss issues that are at the heart of change for Tanzania. And by this, I mean participation and inclusion of all stakeholders in society. We would not be seeing a TEMNET conference today, the second one happening here, had it not been for the leadership of the country to bring all partners together, be it civil society, be it the media, be it the private sector, and international voices, all together addressing pertinent and the most important and pressing issue, which is education. So this inclusive approach is really worth commending, and we're all here today because of a real commitment to that inclusive approach, especially to getting civil society voices. So please, ladies and gentlemen, one last round of applause. We cannot take this commitment to the social sectors for granted. We know this. So again, let me digress and point out to three key things that we should consider as we think about education today. The first thing to consider is today and tomorrow. And what do I mean by that? Today, we have 23 million children under the age of 18. By the year 2050, we will have doubled this. We will have almost 60 million kids under the age of 18 in this country. We have to ask ourselves, is the education system, process, mechanism, quality, inclusivity, can it meet the needs of these children? 1.4 million children coming into primary school every year. Is the system ready? The second thing to ask ourselves is the change that is happening in the world that was already referred to earlier. Automation, digitization, artificial intelligence, coupled with changes in bioengineering, are having such a huge impact on the world of work that the jobs that we think of today, we know will not exist tomorrow. Our children don't just need another new policy. They don't just need another curriculum. They don't just need another competency framework. They need to know how to learn. They need to learn how to learn. They also need to learn how to unlearn, because that's what tomorrow will require of every student in Tanzania and on the continent. The ability to keep pace with changes, learn new things, drop old ways of doing things. How are our children going to do that? And lastly, I'll come back to this point that the only way that this will be possible is if all of you who are giving excellent examples from across different countries. I believe there are 14 countries present in the room today, from civil society, from the young children who are here, students, girls and boys, the youth that are here from university, civil society, media. If all of us come together to look for solutions, industry, only then can we find solutions to this. So I know that what will be discussed here will help us in Tanzania in very specific ways. Currently, as we know, the country is already looking at a whole range of education policy and regulatory issues. It's looking at education training policy. It's looking at the curriculum. It's looking at the Tanzanian Education Act. It's looking at the National Teacher Workforce Management Framework. It's looking at all of these issues. It started a national consultation because it knows that we need to meet the needs of today and tomorrow, if indeed Tanzania is to remain a middle-income country and to move into higher income country. So everything that will be deliberated over the next few days in terms of quality, I hope we will be able to get nuggets of really good experience of what needs to change, of what needs to be challenged, and practical ways so that we have concrete recommendations for all these changes that His Excellency, the Minister, is leading through a process of widespread comprehensive national consultation. And I'm delighted to say that Tanzania has already started this. The United Nations Secretary General called for a Transforming Education Summit this September in New York. And Tanzania, because it's been foresighted under Mama Samia's leadership, and is already looking at all this range of policy in a new way, is a country that has agreed to champion and host the African Union event that will be happening in New York in September. So we're delighted that Tanzania is positioning itself for change itself and for change for Africa. So before I end, I want to say two things. First of all, I want to leave you with a quote. The education provided to our children must encourage the development in each citizen of three things: an inquiring mind, an ability to learn from what others do and reject or adapt to his or her own needs, and a basic confidence in his or her own position as a free and equal member of society. And I'm adding my own words here, free and equal member of society, be it a girl, a pregnant girl, a teenage girl, a boy, a poor boy, anyone living in a remote area, a child with a disability, no matter who you are, a free and equal member of society who values others and is valued by them for what he does and not what he obtains. You would think that the three challenges of tomorrow that I pointed out, these were front and center of the person who said this speech. But these words, this quote is from Mwalimu Julius Nyerere from the 1960s. He had the foresight to see and tell us what the education sector should look like. So let me leave that as inspiration to you and just end with that beautiful Kiswahili word, pamoja. Pamoja, we can transform education to keep Tanzania and Africa, all countries in the high-income country status. With that, asante sana, have wonderful deliberations and look forward to concrete follow-up. Asante sana kwa kusikiliza.
Well, thank you very, very much for your wonderful remarks. It certainly sets the tone. And I think you've bitten a little bit, Dr. Kalagia, there. You've done quite well. Let's move on to the Swedish Embassy. And it's my great pleasure to welcome you with our hands, ladies and gentlemen, Lina Palma. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. Good morning. And chief guest, Minister, Education and Vocational Training for Zanzibar. Also our guest of honor, PS Ministry for Education, Science and Technology Mainland. Ladies and gentlemen, all the short protocols observed as instructed by our MC for today. Nafurahi sana kuwepo hapa leo kwenye mkutano wa walimu Tanzania. Hongera mtandao wa elimu Tanzania na Wizara ya Elimu na wadau wote wa mkutano huu. I am very pleased to be here today and participate in this International Quality Education Conference organized by Tanzania Education Network. I take note that today marks the 13th year TENMET organize a high-level event consecutively, and I think that's worthy of a big congratulations. Inclusive and equitable quality education is in so many ways at the heart of social progress. Sweden's development cooperation with Tanzania in many ways holds strong emphasis on education and has done so during many, many years. We work together with the other development partners through the joint financing frameworks, such as the Education Program for Results 2, recently approved by the government of Tanzania. And we will contribute with about $81 million over the next 5 years on a results-based agreement. We are also the grant agent for the Global Partnership for Education in Tanzania mainland and Zanzibar. And as a strong believer of the civic engagement and civil society movements, Sweden has also been funding TENMET for more than 15 years. We believe that TENMET has a very important mission in coordinating the education sector and the CSOs in the country and support that the education sector development plans progress in a meaningful way. And I think today's conference is a very strong manifestation of that coordination and consolidation of efforts that TENMET has been instrumental in facilitating. Please allow me to quote a statement from the preface signed by the retireable Honorable Gordon Brown, who was the chair for the International Commission of Financing Global Education Opportunity in the UN Special Envoy for Global Education, in which the retired Honorable Excellence President Kikwete also was part of. This comes from a report in 2016 that was titled the learning generation, investing in education for a changing world. And it follows like this. We are at a turning point. Without a renewed effort to expand opportunities for education for all children, we will not fulfill the unfinished business of the Millennium Development Goals, ever meet the 2030 deadline for the Sustainable Development Goals, or create the means by which low-income countries can become high-income countries. And even though it was a few years ago, I think that those words are still very, very relevant in terms of how we address education and its significance. There were also 4 calls made by this commission in 2016 for how to realize the transformation in education sector that are still very relevant. It's about performance and the systems improvements, about innovation and how to do things differently. It's about inclusion and leaving no one behind, and finance and enabling the investments and the resources. Ladies and gentlemen, I had a few facts on the increasing numbers of children in Tanzania, but I think Shalini, you also were speaking on the same topic. The quickly growing young generation calls for a strong joint effort to meet the education needs of children in Tanzania, where already today, a significant proportion of children participating in the basic education system are not achieving the desired level of learning outcomes. Recent assessments done in 2019 show that almost half of standard 2 pupils are not reading with adequate performance, according to their age. And almost 16% could not read a word at all in the tests performed. Looking at arithmetics, it was even poorer, with 2/3 performing inadequately. So a substantial proportion of pupils complete the primary education cycle without the basic literacy and numeracy that you require for further education and life. So clearly, concerted efforts are needed to address the multitude of challenges that hinder the quality teaching and learning. And a holistic approach focusing on the education systems transformation is critical, as well as engaging actors from all parts of society. At the same time, important progress is also made. In 2014, we heard also previous speakers today, a very important fee-free education policy was introduced. And in the last 5 years, we've also seen in Tanzania how primary school enrollment rates has increased, and now up to 95%. So in also recent budget, we see the approvals to expand this free education also into the secondary level of education. So I think really believe that the government of Tanzania, through the Ministry of Education, deserves a great appreciation for making education accessible for all and for reducing financial barriers to parents. And we are well aware that this increased access comes at a cost. And I believe over the last few years, all actors involved have really showed their willingness to invest for this important matter. TenMet has organized this platform today as a place to explore solutions improving quality education in Tanzania. And as Sweden, we really also want to emphasize all the countries' need for proper basis for research. Research is not only a way to produce new knowledge and innovation, it also provides tools for dealing with this new knowledge and information in new ways and systematic ways. Sweden, we have a long-standing research collaboration with tertiary learning institutions in Tanzania. And it's our hope that some of this research capacity will also be able to unlock the contextual challenges that face the children and education systems of tomorrow. I would also like to end by saying that any sector reform requires a step-by-step process. And the reforms and the steps are not easy. We acknowledge all the hard work that has gone into education sector reforms to date in Tanzania. And maybe one particular aspiration and hope we would like to mention today is the hope of the Teacher Professional Board that was established by the government in 2018 will be enabled as a key actor in the continued reforms to improve quality education in the country. The Teachers Professional Board has an important role as per its mandate, looking at registration of teachers, regulation of standards, and professional conducts. It's also my belief that all of us here today see education as a key human right and prerequisite for social, economic, and environmentally sustainable development. Education is really the foundation for creativity, empowerment, and children's ability to reach their full potential. Actors from all parts of society have an important role to play in that foundation, together in partnership. Asanteni sana, nawatakia mkutano mwema.
Asante sana, thank you for your participation as our partner. And now the country manager and acting country director with the World Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, if you put your hands together for Pretty Aurora. Karibu sana. The Igunga Primary School Choir, please stand by. Naomba tujiandae kwa wimbo unaofuata.
Chief Guest, Honorable Minister of Education, Vocational Training, Zanzibar, Leila Mohammed Musa. Guest of Honor, Honorable Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, Dr. Francis Michael. Honorable Members of Parliament, Permanent Secretaries, Deputy Permanent Secretaries from mainland as well as Zanzibar. Esteemed representatives from Zambia, South Sudan, and Zimbabwe. Heads of institutions, development partners, and our host, the Tanzania Education Network. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. Habari za asubuhi. On behalf of the World Bank, I'm honored by the invitation from the Tanzania Education Network to participate and deliberate on the important topic of rethinking the role of education, which all of us here recognize as a basic human right. Indeed, quality education is also an investment and precondition for poverty reduction, growth, and competitiveness of the economy. No country has truly developed without ensuring that the majority of its citizens complete at least a minimum package of quality basic education that lays the foundation for a productive and fulfilling life for the individual and inclusive social and economic development for the nation. We commend the government of Tanzania for its commitment to improving access to education for all, as demonstrated by its free basic education policy and the relatively higher level of investment in the sector compared to many other countries. Over the past few years, Tanzania allocated between 17 to 20% of the national budget to education and has committed to reaching and maintaining 20% in the next 5 years. As we just heard also, Shalini mentioned the commitment that was made by President Samia Suluhu Hassan at the recent conference. Much has already been said on the impressive expansion at all levels of education. Primary school enrollment in Tanzania increased by more than 2.5 million since 2013. Mainland Tanzania now has 12.3 million students attending pre-primary and primary classes. Access to secondary, technical, and vocational education and training, as well as higher education, also expanded significantly over the past few years. Tanzania is also to be commended for its adjustment of policy and removing barriers that prevented dropouts, including pregnant girls or young mothers, from attending formal public schools. This important decision underscores the country's commitment to support girls and young women and improve their chances at receiving a better education. And we have been very encouraged to hear that since the lifting of this ban, thousands of children who had dropped out have returned to formal school this year. This includes more than 3,300 secondary school age girls who dropped out due to various reasons, including pregnancy, and now are continuing their education in formal secondary schools or open schools across the country. As the World Bank, we commend the government for continuing to prioritize the realization of universal quality education, making education better, safer, and more accessible is really critical to advance Tanzania's social and economic development. Recent real gains from rapid rollout of free basic education in the face of increasing school-age population can only be realized with an increase in the number of qualified teachers, adequate and safe learning spaces, teaching learning materials, a curriculum that is responsive to the global economy, and ensuring that children are ready and equipped to learn. Critically important is also the need to support children from the poor and marginalized communities so they too can have equal access to education opportunities. The rapidly changing global environment and advancing technology bring opportunities as well as challenges. Like the rest of the world, Tanzania needs to grapple with climate change, pandemics, trade wars, and real wars, fast-paced technology, and the need to cultivate among its younger generations competencies in a global problem-solving, innovation, conservation, and resilience. Business as usual will not help us. However, if we could collectively be more innovative, cooperative, open-minded, and with genuine concern for our children and the future of mankind, we could turn these challenges into opportunities. More and more countries are prioritizing investing in early childhood education, equality, in quality basic education, in our teachers, while leveraging ICT. At the post-basic education level, governments are partnering where there is a supply shortage with the private sector. Also by bringing industrial standards and competencies into the curriculum and classroom teaching and learning. In this regard, we commend the government for embarking on the comprehensive national curriculum review with a view to strengthening student competencies at all levels of education. And we pledge our full support to the process and substance of this curriculum review. In addition to improving the curriculum to be more feasible and relevant, this could be an opportunity to harmonize some features of the education system with the East African neighbors and other African countries. It is also important for the government to continue prioritizing achieving a minimum quality education for all. We recognize that these will require additional financial commitments over the coming years, as well as ensuring that these resources are used effectively by reducing spending inefficiencies in the education system. The World Bank remains committed to support the government with financial resources, as well as technical support and global knowledge from our engagement in Tanzania and the rest of the world. As you know, the World Bank has been a long-term, steady and strong supporter for education in Tanzania and globally. It is the largest external financier in education and depository of development knowledge and data. Last year alone, more than $2 billion worth of education program was made effective to support countries recover and transform their education systems. And here in Tanzania, our education portfolio amounts to more than $1.5 billion, supporting system strengthening as well as service delivery in all subsectors of education, from pre-primary, primary, secondary, to TVET and higher education. In conclusion, on behalf of the World Bank, I congratulate the organizers and participants in this important and timely deliberation over the next few days. We look forward to working with the government, civil society, and all partners and stakeholders to ensure quality education is available to every child here in Tanzania, on the continent, and globally. Asanteni sana.
Wow, it's wonderful to hear all the good support and the commendations to the government of the United Republic of Tanzania. I believe since this is an international conference, wherever you may be, well, then the same support will apply. Now, ladies and gentlemen, with a call to focus on the children, especially those who are poor, probably marginalized, it's my great pleasure now to welcome the special choir kutoka Igunga Primary School. Walimu, karibuni sana, mpo kwenye ratiba. And also, baada ya hapo tuwasikie wasichana mabalozi, the girl ambassadors. Cool. Let's put our hands together to our kids once again. And after these two presentations, we'll be going into the substantive part of the program, where I'll be welcoming the guest of honor first to speak, and then he will welcome the Honorable Minister from Zanzibar to also speak. Karibuni sana. Kwa hiyo mmetuandalia nini? What have you prepared for us? Can we dance with you? Ladies and gentlemen, please feel free to stand up and join the children. Let's put our hands together for that.
Mkutano mkuu wa mataifa wa elimu, wadau wote wa elimu karibuni, tutafakari elimu yetu nchini. Ni wapi tulikotokea zamani, na ni wapi tunakoelekea. Ni wapi tulikotokea zamani, na ni wapi tunakoelekea. komesheni. Sio haki kuishi kwa ubaguzi. Mtoto wa kike aache masomo. Sio haki kuishi kwa ubaguzi. Mtoto wa kike aache masomo. Emeeni hili.
Put your hands together. Watoto wetu wa Igunga. Okay, tuwapigie makofi mengi sana. Safi sana. All right, watoto, kabla mjengea kwenye viti vyenu, tafadhali naomba mje mbele na walimu. Tafadhali muongoze, mje mumsalimie mheshimiwa, mje muwasalimie waheshimiwa katika jukwaa hili. Naomba mpandie upande wa kushoto huku. Tafadhali, and so a handshake. Karibuni sana, karibuni sana. Na mpige picha, si ndio? Basi piteni hapa, salimieni, alafu piteni nyuma ya viti. Karibuni. Mwalimu, tafadhali ongoza. Walimu, karibuni muongoze. So that was a welcome song to all education stakeholders. Wale mabalozi mko wapi? Mpo tayari? Naomba niwainue tafadhali mabalozi wa kike. The female ambassadors, children ambassadors. Karibuni mbele, karibuni mbele. Nanyi mjipange hapa wakati wenzenu wanarudi kukaa. Alright, walimu mmoja asimame kushoto, mmoja mwisho kulia, mmoja katikati. Na watoto wenu. Aha. Mwisho kabisa, mwisho kabisa. Haya, tunajiongea. Subirini watoto hapo kidogo wapige picha, wapige picha. And once again, let's put our hands together to our children. Hongereni sana, and our teachers as well. Asanteni, tunaweza tukatoka. Nashukuru. Na mabalozi, karibuni mbele. Au mnakuja hapa? Si ndio? Si mnataka msikike? Aya, karibuni basi, karibuni. Hebu nifundisheni mtafanya vipi hii. Let me teach me how you'll do this. Karibu. Kwa hiyo wewe unasoma ujumbe. Na wenzako wanafanya nini? Watakuwepo wapi au mnasoma wote kwa pamoja? Wao waende wapi sasa? Waje na wewe hapa? Kwa hiyo hao mnapiga picha alafu wanakwenda kukaa. All right, so I'm informed that we'll begin with the picture. Tutaanza na picha kwanza. Njoni basi juu jukwani. Pandeni juu jukwani. Nyinyi wasomaji nendeni mkasimame katikati. So after the photo is taken, they're making sure they have the photo taken already. Yeah. Piteni nyuma ya viti. Watoto wengine piteni kushoto na kulia. Kwa hiyo wapigie makofi tayari kwa sababu hata hatujasikia hotuba yenu, ujumbe wenu, lakini tuna imani kwamba utakuwa ni ujumbe mzuri sana. Okay. Okay. Tayari wapige picha? Safi? Asanteni sana. Haya, kwa wale ambao mnarudi kwenye viti, au mtakuwa mmesimama sehemu labda mna ishara, karibuni sana. Basi karibuni watoto wote hapa. Hebu tumuone yule ambaye anasoma kama, can you see her?
Ifuatayo ni risala ya wanafunzi kutoka wilaya ya Chemba iliyopo mkoa wa Dodoma. Ndugu wageni waheshimiwa, Waziri wa Elimu Mheshimiwa Leila Mohamed, ndugu mgeni rasmi Wizara ya Elimu, Katibu Mkuu Dr. Francis Michael, makatibu wakuu wa wizara za elimu na wizara zinginezo mlioko hapa, mkurugenzi wa bodi ya TENMET Bi Faraja Nyalandu, mkurugenzi wa TENMET Bwana Ochola Wagoga, wawakilishi na washirika wa maendeleo mliopo hapa, wakuu wa vyuo vikuu, wakurugenzi wa asasi zote za kiraia na wanachama wa TENMET, maafisa wote wa serikali mliopo, walimu, wanafunzi, wazazi, viongozi wa dini, watu maarufu, wageni waalikwa na mabibi na mabwana. Itifaki imezingatiwa. Ninawasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, awali ya yote tunamshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kutupatia nguvu ya kuweza kuwepo na kuhudhuria mkutano huu. Pili, tunapenda kuishukuru serikali yetu ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania kwa kutoa nafasi kwa watoto wote kupata elimu. Tunazishukuru pia wizara zetu za elimu na TAMISEMI na taasisi zake kwa kazi kubwa wanayoifanya kusukuma gurudumu la elimu hapa nchini. Tunashukuru pia uongozi wa mkoa wetu wa Dodoma tunakotokea sisi kwa kazi kubwa wanayoifanya kusimamia utoaji wa elimu. Kipekee tunapenda kutoa shukrani zetu za dhati kwa ofisi ya mkurugenzi wilaya ya Chemba kwa kutupatia ruhusa ya kuhudhuria mkutano huu muhimu wa elimu ulioandaliwa na Mtandao wa Elimu Tanzania TENMET kwa kusudi la kujadili masuala ya elimu. Pia tunapenda kutoa shukrani zetu za dhati kabisa kwa Mtandao wa Tanzania TENMET kwa kututhamini na kutualika ili kuja kujifunza kwenye mkutano huu. Sisi kama mabalozi wa wasichana tunaamini kuwa mkutano huu utatuhamasisha kusoma na kuwa mabalozi wazuri wa wasichana Tanzania na duniani kwa ujumla. Tutajua jinsi ambavyo wadau wanabadilishana uzoefu na kupeana mbinu za kuweza kufikia malengo yetu ya elimu Tanzania na Afrika kiujumla. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, tunapenda kupongeza juhudi za serikali kwa kuhakikisha kuwa sekta ya elimu inaendelea kuwa moja ya vipaumbele katika maendeleo ya nchi. Sisi kama wasichana vinara kutoka wilaya ya Chemba tunatambua juhudi hizi za serikali, ikiwemo kutoa elimu bila ada kuanzia elimu ya awali hadi kidato cha 6, kufanya mapitio ya sera ya elimu na mitaala ili kuakisi mabadiliko ya kidunia na soko la ajira, kutoa mwongozo wa urejeshwaji wa wanafunzi shuleni waliokatisha masomo kwa sababu mbalimbali ikiwemo ujauzito, na pia kuboresha miundombinu mashuleni kwa kujenga madarasa takriban 15,000 katika shule za sekondari nchini, ikiwa ni pamoja na uboreshaji wa mazingira ya kufundishia na kujifunzia. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, sisi wasichana kwa ujumla wetu tunawakabiliana na changamoto mbalimbali ambazo ni kikwazo katika kufikia malengo yetu ya kielimu. Hii ni kitu ambacho ni hatari, kwani tutashindwa kupata viongozi shupavu katika nchi yetu kama Mheshimiwa Samia Suluhu Hassan, Mheshimiwa Ummy Mwalimu, Balozi Liberata Mulamula, Balozi Asha Rose Migiro, Mheshimiwa Daktari Tulia Ackson na wengineo wengi wanaoona na kujifunza mengi kupitia kwao. Lakini kwa serikali yetu tuna matumaini makubwa kuwa mtoto wa kike na mwanamke wa Kitanzania atafikia ndoto zake bila vikwazo vingi. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, changamoto ambazo sisi wasichana tunazipitia ni nyingi, ikiwemo umbali mrefu kutoka shule na nyumbani ambao hupelekea wasichana wengi kuishia njiani kielimu, kwani hukutana na vishawishi vingi na hivyo hukatisha malengo yetu. Hivyo kwa niaba ya wanafunzi wa kike kote nchini, tunapongeza jitihada ya sasa ya kujenga mabweni mashuleni na kupendekeza juhudi hizi ziendelezwe kwa kasi zaidi ili kuwasaidia wanafunzi wa kike wasitembee umbali mrefu ili kuepuka vishawishi vinavyowawezesha kukatiza ndoto zetu. Hii itafanya tusome kwa ufanisi mkubwa ili kufikia malengo yetu. Changamoto nyingine, Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, ni ndoa za utotoni. Katika jamii zetu, watoto wengi wanaolewa wakiwa wadogo. Mfano, kuna baadhi ya jamii hupokea ng'ombe kama mahari ya binti zao na haijalishi kama amefaulu ama la. Pia yapo baadhi ya makabila yenye utamaduni wa kuchumbia mabinti zao wadogo. Kama tutaendelea na hali hii, hatuwezi kufikia malengo kama watoto wa kike. Tunaomba elimu iendelee kutolewa kwa jamii juu ya ukatili huu, na pale sheria ya mtoto ya 2009 na ya elimu ya 1978 na ya marekebisho yake ya 1995 inapokiukwa, sheria ichukue mkondo wake bila huruma ili kutofundisho na elimu kwa wakiukaji wa haki za mtoto wa kike. Sisi tunaamini kwamba kama jamii ikielimishwa na ikaelewa, tutaepukana na tatizo hili. Aidha, mgeni rasmi, elimu itolewayo nchini haimpi mwanafunzi maarifa anayoweza kuyatumia katika maisha yake ya kawaida, ila nadharia ya kujiendeleza na elimu. Kiukweli, mtu akishindwa kwenda sekondari hana maarifa ya kutosha ya kumsaidia kuishi maisha ya kufaa kiuchumi na kijamii. Vivyo hivyo, anayeishia kidato cha 4, cha 6 hata vyuo na elimu ya juu bila kupata kuajiriwa. inakuwa ni vigumu kwake kukabiliana na changamoto za maisha. Hii inafanya vijana kutokuwa na ujuzi wowote wa kazi ili waweze kujitegemea. Elimu yetu inamjenga mwanafunzi kuwa tegemezi kwa kuwa ni fikra za kuajiriwa baadaye. Tunaomba elimu ya kujitegemea, ujuzi unaolingana na fursa za hapa Tanzania za kazi, itolewe nchini katika ngazi zote kuanzia elimu ya awali hadi chuo kikuu ili kumfanya kijana kuwa na uwezo wa kujitegemea hata baada ya kumaliza masomo yake. Ni matumaini yetu kuwa mapitio ya mitaala ya sera ya elimu itazingatiwa hili kwa mtazamo mpana. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, uhaba wa madarasa na vifaa vya kufundishia na kujifunzia ni changamoto inayokabili shule nyingi za Tanzania. Pamoja na jitihada kubwa inayofanywa na serikali, shule nyingi bado hazina maabara ya sayansi na bado tunashuhudia uhaba wa walimu wa sayansi na hisabati, hivyo kufanya wanafunzi kutonufaika katika elimu yao. Serikali iweke kipaumbele kama kwenye sekta za maji na nishati ili kuboresha miundombinu ya elimu. Lakini pia serikali iwashirikishe wadau wengine kutatua changamoto hizi. Pamoja na juhudi kubwa zinazofanyika, tunaomba wadau mbalimbali wa elimu kujitokeza kuungana na serikali ili kutatua changamoto hizi. Pia Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, jamii zetu nyingi zimekuwa zikikiuka sheria zinazomlinda mtoto, hasa mtoto wa kike. Mfano, sheria ya miaka 30 jela kwa mwanaume atakayempa mwanafunzi mimba. Sheria hii imekuwa ikikiukwa sana na familia, kwani baada ya kitendo hicho kutokea, familia zimekuwa na utaratibu wa kumalizana wenyewe bila msaada wa vyombo vya kisheria. Tunaomba sheria hii iangaliwe upya kuona faida zake na hasara zake na kuwa na adhabu mbadala pia, kwa kuwa miaka 30 inafanya jamii kutoonesha ushirikiano kumwajibisha mkosaji. Wakati wa mapitio, wadau wote washirikishwe ikiwepo viongozi wa mila ili kupata uungwaji mkono kwa wote. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, tunaiomba serikali iweke mkazo ufuatiliaji wa hali ya juu na ukaribiaji kupitia Wizara ya Elimu kwa kushirikiana na Wizara ya Maendeleo Jamii, Jinsia na Watoto ili kumlinda mtoto wa kike. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, uhaba wa walimu ni moja ya changamoto inayokabili shule nyingi ambazo zipo maeneo ya vijijini kutokana na miundombinu mibovu ya makazi na ya walimu kutokuwa rafiki, hivyo hupelekea walimu wengi kutofika maeneo ya vijijini. Tunaiomba serikali iweze kujenga nyumba za walimu vijijini ili waweze kupangiwa maeneo hayo yakiwa rafiki kwao. Pia tunaiomba serikali izipe pendo la uhaba wa walimu, hasa walimu wa kike, walimu wa hisabati na sayansi. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, jamii nyingi za Kitanzania hazitoi nafasi kwa mtoto wa kike kusikiliza na kutoa maoni ya mawazo yake. Hii ipo hata katika ngazi ya familia, kwa wazazi wengi kutotenga muda wa kuongea na watoto wao juu ya changamoto zinazowakabili. Tunaomba elimu itolewe kwa jamii kuhusu kuwapatia nafasi watoto wote kujieleza na kuongelea changamoto tunazokumbana nazo katika mazingira yetu ya kila siku. Mwisho, tunaomba serikali iendelee kuboresha utoaji wa elimu kwa kuongeza bajeti ya elimu ili kufikia angalau 20% ya kipato kwa nchi kama wanachama na maendeleo endelevu walivyoweka. Pili, wadau wa elimu Wadau wa elimu waelimishwe katika kuboresha miundombinu ya shule kama kule nyuma, kama falsafa yetu ya elimu kujitegemea inavyotaka. Mwisho kabisa, tunampongeza rais wetu kwa juhudi za serikali yake kuboresha elimu, afya na nishati nchini mwetu ili kutuletea maendeleo ya haraka kijamii na kiuchumi. Upatikanaji wa maji na nishati na umeme vinatufanya tusome vizuri na kufaulu masomo yetu. Mama Samia, sisi ni Girls Ambassadors, tunakupenda sana. Tunakuombea afya njema na hekima kuliongoza taifa letu ili kufikia malengo yetu ya maendeleo ya 2025. Mungu ibariki Tanzania na Mungu umbariki rais wetu na viongozi wetu. Asanteni kwa kutusikiliza sisi wasichana kutoka wilaya ya Chemba, mkoa wa Dodoma. Tunawakaribisha sana sana Chemba. Asanteni.
Nani anapeleka kidogo sala kwa mgeni rasmi? Please, could you rise? Naomba msimame, please rise. And whenever students have finished reading their risala, their speech, it is handed over to the guest of honor. Now you need 2 copies, eh? One will go to the mainland and the other one, okay, but we'll make copies for you. Don't worry about that. I know you may not have the facilities. Sindio. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, naomba niwapange watoto ndani ya ndani. Kwa hiyo watoto sasa hivi ni mbele. Twendeni hivi, tutasimama katikati ya maeneo ya wazi ya viongozi wetu. Twendeni. You're not going to stand at the back. I'm going to put you at the front. And you're going to be equal with the leaders that you're talking to. How's that? Wow, what a speech. Congratulations to TenMet and all its members, officials in the constituency chamber. The children are saying they are greatly honored and they feel that it's a wonderful that they've been invited to be able to speak at this international conference in advancing education. They feel honored to be invited as female student ambassadors. They will learn and be inspired. And in fact, then they will take the learning to their fellow students. Education is crucial. In particular, free education from primary to Form 6. It's important to strengthen the infrastructures, studying environment and facilities. Girls continue to face various and numerous challenges that hinder their progress. And they're asking, how can they emulate? They've mentioned prominent Tanzanian female politicians and the president herself, if they don't have the environment to grow. And so long distances continue to be a challenge. It's important to build female dormitories so that the children cannot be going to school long distances and also facing challenges along the way. Availability of water and latrines, for hygiene, electricity. We need to build more classes, laboratories, libraries, and you continue standing because the message, I'd like the message to sink in, wakubwa, sindio, eh? Limit the practical, without these classes and laboratories and libraries, there's a limit to the practical experiences and practices that the students can actually acquire. Early childhood marriages in some communities, we need more education. Prohibitive laws, they have actually touched on this, that hinder both the impregnated female and the perpetrator. The quality of education does not capacitate a young person to be independent. In fact, it makes them dependent. We need to have a curricular review and development. This is essential. We'll need to build teachers' houses in the rural areas and also incentivize teachers, employ and motivate science and math teachers, give the girl child a voice like we have today. And the education budget should be increased to at least 20%. They send their greetings to our leaders and the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, and since it's an international conference, we have all heard it, and let's put our hands together to our young female ambassadors. Asanteni sana. Nadhani kwa dakika hizo 2-3 umepata picha kali sana, si ndio? And you all welcome us to Chemba, your constituency. We'll see whether we can come, some of us, okay? Karibuni sana. Asanteni watoto. Naomba tuwapigie makofi wanaposhuka. Let's put our hands together to them. Asanteni sana. Mnamfahamu Faraja vizuri? Wakina dada. Nendeni mkamgoogle, sawa? Viongozi karibuni mkae. Go Google Faraja Nyalandu, okay? Naomba mkamgoogle huyo. Maana najua watoto wa siku hizi, these things are in your hands, the phones are in your hands. So if you get your daddy or mommy's smartphone, just Google Faraja Nyalandu. Maybe you can emulate her. Now, it's over to the high table in the intricacies of protocol. And so I'm going to call upon our guest of honor. With great honor, karibu sana, uweze kuzungumza nasi, the Permanent Secretary, the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, Mainland, Francis Michael, karibu sana. Let's put our hands together as I welcome you forward. And sir, you will do the needful. Karibu sana.
A bit taller than you. Thank you very much, MC. First and foremost, to reiterate on what you just said, actually, our ministry currently is undergoing curricular review. And actually, we are reviewing the policy for education. And yesterday, we had some of the stakeholders meetings. So we discussed, actually, we had a 2-day discussion. And we'll be having our major stakeholders meetings, and all of you will be invited for that. So don't worry about that. Otherwise, Honorable Leila Mohammed Musa, Minister for Education and Vocational Training, Zanzibar. Honorable Permanent Secretary, Ali Hamis Juma, from the government of Zanzibar. Representative of the Permanent Secretary, Zambia, Minister of Education, Madam Priska Simukonda, Director of Standards and Curricula, Minister of Education, Zambia. Representative of the Permanent Secretary, Republic of South Sudan, Omoto Konyo-Olof, who's Director General, National Curricular Development Center. And we're having a representative of the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Education, Zimbabwe, Masocha Cyprian Kent. Honorable Kishimba, Member of Parliament, Chairperson, TENMET Board, Ms. Faraja Nyalandu, Chairperson, ANSEFA, Dr. Kalage, TENMET National Coordinator, Ochola Oyoga, representative from international organizations and development partners. I'm told that we have representative of World Bank here, UNICEF, CIDA-SAREC, CFDO, UNESCO. We acknowledge and appreciate all what we're doing in transforming our education sector. We need to put our hands together to these people. Actually, today, the minister could not come because he's meeting the stakeholders of the HEED project. I think the representative from World Bank knows what we mean by HEED project. This is higher education for economic transformation. And you understand what UNESCO is doing. You have done a lot, especially on issues of cultural heritage, on our ecological systems, Sida Sarek, Ms. Lina. Actually, my PhD was sponsored by Sida Sarek. I did my PhD in Sweden. So you could see we appreciate very much, the government appreciate very much what we're doing. And more to it, actually, we thank very much our Madam President because she has opened up, Madam President Samia Suluhu Hassan, and she's putting a lot of efforts in the transformation of education. Let's clap our hands for her. Representatives from private and civil societies, media representatives, leaders from the government, eminent speakers and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Much far better. Nawasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Kazi endelee. First and foremost, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Almighty God for his protection on us over the past 3 years with regard to the devastation caused by COVID-19, monkeypox, and other risks and dangers which affected us in the past 3 years. And some of them are still affecting us. Secondly, let me express my sincere gratitude for inviting me to participate in this very important and of its kind International Quality Education Conference. And more importantly, for me to give keynote remarks and welcome the chief guest to officially officiate this conference. This is very much appreciated. I have been informed that we have participants from Zambia, Kenya, Rwanda, Senegal, Togo, Uganda, and other places around the world. You're warmly welcome to Tanzania. And I hope you'll enjoy your stay over here. Some are here physically, and others are following this conference virtually. You're all welcome again in Tanzania and Dar es Salaam in particular. The good thing about Dar es Salaam at this point in time is the weather is very conducive. It's a bit cooler, not the way it's usually. I'm sure that the guest of honor or the chief guest will welcome you in a very special way. Honorable Minister, let me acknowledge TENMET for organizing this important 3-day conference on quality of education. I commend participants from all other countries for your commitment to participate in this important international education debate, which is organized here in Tanzania. Your presence indicates that we all have a common agenda to pursue quality for education in our African countries. My sincere gratitude also goes to the public and private sector for their contribution, and the civil society for their contributions in the education development in our country. Honorable Minister, I'm informed that this is the 13th Quality Education Conference in your series of conferences which you conduct. But this one is the second one since you launched your first international conference. This is a great achievement, and I would say congratulations to you. And I'm also informed that the conference theme for this year is rethinking the role of education at the key moment of global transformation. This theme implies Global Action Week, amplifies the Global Action Week for Education, which was held this year on April 2022, that focused on financing quality of education and improved learning outcomes. When we are rethinking the role of education, the issue of resource allocation is very important in order to meet varied education demands and prerequisites as well. So we need to focus on that as well. Obtaining a quality education is the foundation to improving people's lives and sustainable development of any country whatsoever. It's good to note here that the government of the United Republic of Tanzania, through the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, has registered major progresses towards increasing access to education at all levels, and also in the increasing of enrollment rates in schools, particularly for women and girls. It is worth noting, however, that basic literacy skills have improved tremendously, yet bolder efforts are needed to make even greater strides for achieving universal education goals. It is from this juncture that the private sector, and at this point, NGOs like TENMET are invited to complement government's efforts to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all, as is stipulated in the goals 4 of Sustainable Development Goals. Honorable Minister, since education is the act or process of imparting or acquiring general knowledge, developing the powers of reasoning and judgment, and generally of preparing oneself or others intellectually for mature future life, and hence it is a tool for social development. It is a fact that we have all witnessed the efforts done by UN and all other development partners to ensure that this goal is fulfilled. As the conference theme puts it clearly, quality education goes beyond mere access to schools to include teaching and learning process as well, and the competence of learners. It's about relevance of education for one to navigate his or her life in the global village, and the way how one could be able to nurture the ever-changing environment. As SDG 4 clearly explains, education does not end in classroom, but it goes beyond, and hence it's a lifelong learning. The question which we need to ask ourselves is, do our graduates, which we produce in our learning institution, continue learning after receiving their awards? Something which we need to ask ourselves. Lifelong learning is important because the world changes very fast, as well as the frame of living. I commend TENMET for organizing this conference, as it provides us with an opportunity to learn. We need more of such conferences to challenge us to reflect on our education and types of education systems which we produce at all levels, and how they cope in their global transformation. Honorable Minister, I have also come to realize that the theme for this year's conference reflects a process of real change in the economic, political, and cultural organization at the regional, national, and global level. In order to address the forces of change that are causing educators globally to rethink on what education for today's students should involve. Priority trends of this process are the emergence of cooperation among countries at the macro level by deepening linkages of countries in various fields, and the development of adequate coordinated decisions for existence of developing and least developed countries. The transformation which we are referring to here offers an opportunity for rethinking on the educational practices which we offer in our institutions of education. Therefore, transformation and learning on matters related to sustainable development should be integrated. The commitment of faculty and academics is needed to foster transformation in learning and education for sustainability. This is the part of inclusivity which we are referring to. This is in line with the Continental Educational Strategy for Africa, CESA, which has a guiding principle too, which asserts that holistic, inclusive, and adequate education with good condition for lifelong learning is sine qua non for sustainable development. Honorable Minister, Tanzania has made significant progress towards achieving SDG targets in general and SDG 4 in particular. Tanzania report on status of SDG 4 implementation showed that Tanzania is on the right track. I don't want to dwell much here because we have a statement as the ministry which will be read to you sometimes later. So I don't want to go deeper into this. Much of it will be explained in that statement from the minister. However, we need more efforts and collective action to make sure that SDG 4 targets are reached in the remaining period as we head towards 2030. As a country, we have all the prerequisites to achieve SDG 4 because of political will and various mechanisms we have in place, such as laws and policies that back up realization of quality education. It is from this good note that this conference is taking place at the time where the country has developed its education sector development plan, SDP, to reflect the current trends and the new norms, where quality education dominated much of its discussion. TENMET was engaged in all processes, and I believe most of you in this forum also participated in the process as well. SDP is built on the priority of the Tanzanian government as set out in the Tanzanian Development Vision of 2025, the National 5-Year Development Plan 2021-22, 2025-26, and the Education and Training Policy of 2014, which, as I said before, is under review. Honorable Minister, I understand that this conference is live and is streaming, and many people are following up in the various parts of the world. Let me re-emphasize that the recent experience has shown that the role of private sector in education has been producing mixed effects, more often positive effects on quality and equality and other dimensions of education. We commend positively the contribution of the private sector to the education system. I call upon civil society organization and development partners, representatives here, and those following this conversation online, to understand that the government all over the world recognizes your role in promoting quality education. Both of you are better placed to promote issues of access to education, equity, gender equality, and the inclusion of everybody, irrespective of gender, disability, or social status. Both of you complement the government efforts in terms of putting in place school infrastructure and facilities, training teachers and empower students. I still challenge you all to do more by keeping on investing in service provisions and active research in order to inform our education policies. As you know, the government, through the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, is open to new ideas and is ready to implement any viable innovation you come up with. We are always available to discuss or contribute ideas you come up with for the good of our country. Madam Minister, since my role here is not a conference presenter, but to welcome the chief guests to officially open the conference, let me urge you to make good use of this opportunity and come up with plausible solutions to the education system through the program shared. I believe you will have quality time to ponder on various issues that impact education and come up with plausible solutions that will guide further policy and practices through your conversation. The Ministry of Education, Science and Technology will continue to support initiatives aimed at fostering and improving the quality of education in our country. You are welcome. Once again, with these few remarks, I now welcome the chief guest, Honorable Minister Leila Mohammed Musa, to officially open this conference. Please welcome. Thank you for listening.
I will be the first one here to say good afternoon after good morning. Good afternoon, everybody. Nawasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Bado. Nawasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri. Nawasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Yes, now I heard the student voice. Kazi endelee. Thank you very much. Principal Secretary, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology from the United Republic of Tanzania. Principal Secretary from Ministry of Education and Vocational Training from Zanzibar. Chairperson of TEM, Madam Faraja Nyalandu. Coordinator of TEM, I acknowledge your presence. I had here the country representative from UNESCO, from World Bank, and from UNICEF. I acknowledge your presence. And I acknowledge also the presence of Deputy Ambassadors from Swedish Embassy. Madam, I acknowledge your presence too. Representative of Africa Network Campaign on Education for All. And also I acknowledge the representative from different ministry, from Zimbabwe, I had here we have Zimbabwe, we have Zambia. Also I acknowledge the representative of all international organizations and development partners, as I have mentioned earlier. Representative of private and civil societies sectors, media representative, my beloved student, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again. Good afternoon once again. First and foremost, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Almighty God for his protection against all dangers and risks. Secondly, let me express my appreciation and a great pleasure for inviting me to officiate this very important international quality education conference here in Dar es Salaam. I appreciate the honor you have given me to officiate this conference geared towards the improvement of the quality of education in our country by growing experience, lessons, and best practices from other countries. I'm aware here we have participants from Zambia, Rwanda, Senegal, Togo, Uganda, Zimbabwe, and some from USA, Asia, and other places all over the world, participating either physical or by virtual. I would like to welcome you all to this conference here in Dar es Salaam, Haven of Peace. Karibuni sana Tanzania as well as Zanzibar. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also take this opportunity to thank TenMet for organizing this important 3-day conferences on the quality of education and congratulate all the participants for devoting your time to it, and especially those from other countries. Your presence shows that we have a common cry for quality education in our respective countries and beyond. Lastly, I would like to recognize the presence of students who today are learners, but tomorrow will be experts who will be contributing to the development agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, Tanzania is one of the countries that ratified SDG 4 and provide free, universal, inclusive basic education since 2016. To achieve gender parity, the government have removed all barriers to girls' education by allowing them to re-enroll after dropping out for several reasons, including teenage pregnancies. Our campaign to promote girls' education includes the building of girls' science secondary school in the 26th region and 1,000 secondary schools in wards that do not have schools before. This is in response to the country's emphasis on science, technology, and innovation. Coupled with that, we have a comprehensive inclusive education strategy to allow every Tanzanian child to get a right to basic education. Ladies and gentlemen, implementation of free basic education came up with massive enrollment and hence a serious shortage of classrooms, among other things. To address this, the government in the last financial year constructed 15,000 more classrooms in the whole country to bring the gap for classroom in our school. This is also done at secondary level, and the renovation is ongoing at tertiary level to ensure quality learning environment in our schools. As mentioned earlier, we will continue addressing the issues of access by building 1,000 new schools in the country. The government is committed to investing in education in line with our vision of having literate and a learning society. The government is committed to implementing the Higher Education for Economic Transformation project, continue to finance the free basic education program, and continue to strengthen vocational education. The government for this year has introduced the free education for Form 5 and Form 6 students, that is upper secondary school. Thus, free education will be from primary to higher level secondary school. We want our children to excel and unleash their potential through education. Ladies and gentlemen, although Tanzania has become constantly addressing the issue of access to education, that has not coped with the improvement of quality and relevance of education over the years. This raises concern among stakeholders about the need to reform our education system. Some advocates of this include the former late President Mkapa and the former President Kikwete. In response, the government has come up with a plan to overhaul our education system, focusing on policy review, legal framework, changes in curricula, quality of teaching staff across the border, and the working tool. The aim is to improve the competence of graduates in response to market demand and vocational skills for self-employment. We aim to make maximum use of the available manpower by creating an opportunity for every graduate to engage in some income generation employment. In so doing this, will revolutionize our economy, as many citizens will have opportunity to engage in decent and productive work that contributing to the economy of our country. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all aware of the devastating impact of COVID-19 pandemic. To ensure continuous teaching and learning, Tanzania has developed a multi-hazard strategy to combat emergency issues like COVID-19 that led to closure of school for more than 3 months here in the country. In consultation with stakeholders, we have put in place an education in emergency strategy to prepare for emergencies to ensure continuity in learning whenever it happens. This is in addition to earlier emphasis on science, technology, and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference with the theme of rethinking the role of education at the key moment of global transformation comes at the right time with the government in making efforts to modernize its education system. I hope that outcome of this conference will feed the ongoing review of our education system. I call upon all the participants to make good use of these 3 days and contribute to our ongoing education reform to produce more competent graduates at all levels and address the problem of unemployment among youth population. Ladies and gentlemen, education is generally considered a tool for socio-economic development and a way to fight poverty. The UN has been giving education a priority from the Millennium Development Goal to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Goal number 4, ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunity for all is a focus of these 2022 conferences. As the conference theme starts, the global transformation process offers an opportunity for rethinking educational practices and the future of education. It is fundamental for us to rethink our education system in the current global transformation. It is therefore time for us to revisit our policies and laws and come up with ways to respond to changing global dynamics and propose the type of education that can help us cope with the global transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, Tanzania as a country made significant progress towards achieving SDG 4 targets in general and in particular. Tanzania report on status of DG 4 implementation showed that Tanzania is on the right track. However, we need more efforts and collective actions to make sure that SDG 4 targets are reached in the remaining period of 8 years to 2030. As a country, we have all the prerequisites to achieve SDG 4 because we have laws and policies that back up the realization of quality education. However, we need to work collectively in financing our education projects and initiatives from the basic to tertiary level. We are very grateful to development partners for their support of our budget to fill the financing gap. The partners is guided by a principle of collective accountability outlined in the Paris Declaration of Aid Effectiveness. Development partners support our development projects, but we are to use the monies accountably for the intended project goals to be achieved. Here, I want to insist that what I once said in response to aid and the accountability. We design our programs, we take leadership. Of course, the donors come in to support us, to complement our effort. Our responsibility to the donor is about accountability. I repeat, we design our program, we take leadership. Of course, the donors come into us to support, to complement our effort. Our responsibility to the donors is about accountability, about how we use that money. If somebody gives you his or her money, definitely he or she will be interested in knowing how you spend the money. I would like to ask them to increase their support to the education sector, especially at this critical time where we need digitalization and technology to protect our children from pandemics like COVID-19, which limits physical contact. Our ICT infrastructure is in infant stage, although there are pockets of initiative by both the government and the private sector. We need concerted effort to modernize our education system to allow the traditional mode of delivery to go hand in hand with education provision by using technology. Ladies and gentlemen, let me talk to civil society organizations present here and those following online. Governments all over the world recognize their role in promoting the quality of education. Civil society organizations are better placed to promote issues of access to education, equity, gender equality, and inclusion of everybody in respect of gender, disability, or social status. CSOs have also completed government effort in terms of putting in place school infrastructure and facilities, trained teachers, and empowering students. We are challenging CSOs to do more. Let us plan together and implement together for our nation good. Keep on investing in service provision and active research to inform our education policies and the practices. As you know, our government is open to new ideas and is ready to implement any viable innovation you come up with. We are always available to discuss or contribute ideas for the good of our country. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not a conference presenter today. My primary duty is to welcome you all to this conference and urge you to make good use of this opportunity, come up with possible solutions to the education system. This in turn should enable you to drive useful strategies and recommendations for improving of the quality of education, which is precondition for sustainable national development. Though I'm aware that 3 days are not enough to discuss all issues regarding quality education, I believe that the conference will come up with concrete and useful solutions to improve quality of education in Tanzania. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I thank you very much for organizing and attending this forum. And I would like to quote one common philosopher, Malcolm X, once he said, education is a passport for future. So I'm 100% sure that this conference is among of those preparation to have a diplomatic passport that will fast track our journey to education. With these few words, I now declare the second International Quality Education Conferences of 2022 official being held at the Mwalimu Nyerere International Conference Center in Dar es Salaam open. Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are underway. Thank you very much. Our chief guest of honor, please take your seats. Thank you very much. And we've come to the end of the officious part of the opening ceremony, but also slotted in that is a special panel discussion on the conference theme, rethinking the role of education at the key moment of global transformation. Now, I was thinking I should look at the high table and ask whether you wish to exit. Do you wish to do that? All right. Anyway, these chairs will be, you will vacate these chairs and we'll ask the panelists to come through. Rakesh Rajani, the Vice President, Programs Co-Impact is in the United States, joining us via live. And so just before you do that, let me call for a photo. Yeah. Okay, good. All right. So let me call for a photo. Locally, na serikali, tafadhali naomba maafisa wa serikali ambao mpo hapa kutoka wizara za elimu, bara na visiwani, from the aisles. Yes. Naomba mje mbele tafadhali. And please, naomba tupige picha na viongozi. So I'm calling on first government officials, and then our development partners, and I'll also be calling our foreign neighboring dignitaries to also come through. We have representation also from the south of Sudan. The three of you, I can see you. And please don't sit together for the next 3 days. Spread out, get some experiences. And also Barbara, I remember you from last year from Lesotho. All right, I hope you brought me a present. All right, viongozi wa serikali karibuni sana. Government officials from the ministries. Yes, please mind your footing. And please don't try to switch it on. Oh, you did. Okay. Umefanikiwa, sawa. Government officials usually have these looks that don't smile. Please smile. Mtabasamu. Thank you. Nashukuru sana. All right, our development partners, and I'm calling on Balozi Pia from Sweden, please to join us. The World Bank, UNICEF. Oh, no one is left behind. Please, water to you. Please come through, all of us. Come through. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your wonderful remarks. And as acknowledged from Lesotho, from south of Sudan, where else have we come from? please come forward. Tafadhali. Asanteni sana, appreciate it, nashukuru. Please come through. We're calling on all our partners from across the continent. So this time we did not get Kenya, Uganda. They are. All right, come through. Yes, our representatives from Zambia, Zimbabwe. Karibuni sana. And then we're going to call on our members of parliament, the 2 members of parliament that we've acknowledged in the room. We're going to give you a special seat for a special picture. Now the board, naomba tafadhali board members, naomba mkae tayari, please stand by. And welcome to Tanzania. Karibuni Tanzania. All right, let's work together. Right, so the 2 members of parliament, could I call them forward? Mheshimiwa Kishimba, please, with great honor that we call you forward. And Dr. Torerai Moyo. Yes, Mr. Ochola, we're going to vacate our seats. We're going to stand behind as we allow Mr. Kishimba, Mheshimiwa Kishimba, please take the seat to the left. Yes. Hii ni kwa heshima kubwa sana tulionayo. This is out of great respect for the 2 of you. Karibuni sana. All right. Thank you. Now the board, tafadhali. As you've been introduced, please come forward and please join the chair. So then somebody usually grabs my coat and says, "You forgot us." Who am I forgetting now? Nsefa, sitting there modestly, please join us. Tafadhali. Karibu, yes. Yes, Dr. Kalage. Watoto mmepata picha na walimu wenu. Secretariat. Congratulations, this is looking really good. Please stand the secretariat and start to filter through. Karibuni, mbele. All right, asanteni sana, tunashukuru sana. Thank you. The secretariat now, karibuni mbele tafadhali. And let's put our hands together to the secretariat. Yes, we may now request the members of parliament to please take your seats. Thank you very much. Nashukuru sana. All right. So the secretariat, the suits you're wearing were from a single long piece of cloth. How come you didn't make mine? Eh? Put a smile on your face, eh? Makofi kwao, the secretariat. Safi kabisa. All right, I know there are people waiting online. Please bear with us. This is very important. We'd like to take a few more pictures, but I'm informed that this is good enough. Okay. Asante sana. Thank you. Congratulations. Let's get back to work. Kazi zinaendelea. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please rise and say goodbye, au revoir, kwaheri to the high table. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Good to know you. And hongera sana, your speech was inspiring. Hongera sana. Asante sana. Na mheshimiwa, asante kwa uwakilishi mwema kabisa yani. Hongera sana. Na asante kwa kuiweka protocol vizuri pia. All right. All right, please, I think let's follow the board chair. She has another exit route for you. Yes, karibuni this way. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's true. Ladies and gentlemen, standing with me is the moderator for the next session. May I hand it over to you? Okay. And we understand that Dr. Rajesh Rajani is joining us online. Karibu sana. Nitaomba technically tuweze kupata microphones hapa mbele tafadhali. Angalau moja au mbili from the back. Karibu. Mr. Ochola Wayoga, reintroduced once again to you, ladies and gentlemen, the coordinator. Tumpigie makofi mengi sana. Let's put our hands together to Mr. Ochola. Hongera sana. We're underway now, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I understand you have been seated for quite some time. I understand also we have a discussant who is coming online. Maybe as he's being uploaded online, you could take a minute or so to stretch up, if you will. And if you are comfortable, you could also continue to stay where you are. But my name is Ochola Wayoga. I work for Tanzania Education Network as a national coordinator. And it's my privilege to welcome you all to the second International Quality Education Conference. In the panel, we have distinguished participants, and allow me to introduce them to you as they will be coming in front to occupy their seats here. One of our discussants today who is going to shed light on the theme is Ambassador Barbara Chilangwa. And I'm gonna go ahead and introduce her in terms of biography. Ambassador, you're most welcome, and we're delighted to have you here today. She is a renowned educational expert and a girls' education activist with over 48 years of experience teaching and delivering robust development programs across public and civil society organizations. A secondary school teacher who rose through the ranks to the position of a permanent secretary in the Ministry of Education in Zambia. Ambassador Barbara has spearheaded the creation of Zambia Girls Education Program and the ministry basic educational subsector, which improved the basic education access and quality. She also served as permanent secretary in the ministries of youth and community development. She has served on various national and international boards, including the Zambia Law Development Commission and the Global Partnership for Education, which is a multi-stakeholder partnership and funding platform for strengthening education system in developing countries. Ambassador, you're most welcome and feel at home here in Dar es Salaam and in Tanzania. We are delighted to have you. The other discussant who is going to take us through the theme, rethinking the role of education at the key moment of global transformation, is Boaz Atanga Wakuru. Boaz is a regional coordinator for ANSEFA, and he was, as we were speaking, he was in Nairobi. And I hope, Boaz, you have traveled very well amid elections. And we are praying and hope elections in Kenya peacefully, and you people develop your country. Boaz is a lead facilitator and a technical advisor of a multi-agency consortium on education and COVID-19 response. He also co-founded Strategy and Policy. He is a member in the Finance and Risk Committee of the Board of Directors, Global Partnership for Education, GPE. Also, Boaz is a lead facilitator for Kenya Civil Society National Project for promoting and monitoring compliance by the state agencies. He is a member and a program advisor, committee member, Center for Global Citizenship Education Research, University of Alberta, Canada. He is also a chairperson of the Board of Trustees and the founding trustee and chair. This trustee is called the Urahia Trustee, Kenya's premium national civic education. He is a co-chair of NCEP Program Steering Committee, which is Kenya National Civic Educational Program. Mr. Boaz, we are very much delighted to have you. And I hope you will shed a lot of light on our theme, reimagining the role of education at the key moment of global transformation. And our last participant tonight, and possibly many of you know him, is Rakesh Rajani, who is online far away in Washington, in New York State. Rakesh, you are warmly welcome to the session. And I understand it's almost 4 o'clock where you are. Rajani brings 3 decades of experience in human rights, education, governance, philanthropy, in his role as a vice president, programs at Core Impact. Until 2018, he served as the director of civil engagement and government at Ford Foundation, responsible for US and global programs on democratic participation, taxes, budgets, and protecting civic space. Previously, he founded and served as the head of Twaweza, East Africa, but also he was a lead person in establishment of WEZO, Africa, the largest program to assess basic literacy and numeracy. But prior to that, he served as the founding and executive director of Kielimu, Tanzania, which is a leading citizen engagement and education advocacy organization. Rakesh is also a founding member and the past co-chair of the Open Government Partnership, which seeks to restore the social compact between people and government in over 75 countries. Rakesh holds a master's degree in theology studies from Harvard University and a bachelor degree in philosophy and literature from Brandeis University. In his biography, there is something that caught my attention, and I think it's also worthy to mention it. He lives with his independently minded children and wife in New York, and is reportedly a very capable house husband. Mr. Rakesh, I just want to welcome you to our program tonight and the rest of the discussants. And the participants also are already in the room. And we are going to discuss on the theme. And I just want to, because when we were putting up the theme together, there were so many questions and so many perspectives around the theme. Whether we are talking about the systems, whether it's all about the quality, whether it's all about the sustainable development goal number 4, gender inclusivity, technology and digital divide, rural versus urban. So there were so many questions. And as you could look at the theme, possibly even the participants could be having so many thinking around rethinking the role of education at the key moment of global transformation. But on the other end, also, we understand that there is a lot of transformation taking place across the globe, be it technology, but also be it in education. So, but also we had a cartoon around the system, and I hope Masood Kipanya would be here. He once had one of the cartoons, as you could look on the far right, which is really talking about educational system. What is it? What do we need to know about it? What are the issues? Is it a system that is really producing skilled and productive workforce? So ladies and gentlemen, welcome. And we're gonna start by asking Rakesh from New York to contextualize the theme when it comes to rethinking the role of education at the key moment of global transformation. What comes into your mind? Over to you, Rakesh.
Thank you very much, Chola, and good afternoon, everyone. It's very nice to see you and to be able to join you for this session. I wonder whether, for those of us Tanzanians, we know that one of our greatest thinkers for education was Mwalimu Nyerere. What would Mwalimu say if he was sitting in the audience today and observing our conversation and our style? I think it's worth taking a moment to ponder that question. Would he be excited around the progress that we are making and the nature and the quality of the debate we are having? Or will he be turning in his grave for the kinds of questions that we are asking and the kinds of questions that we are not asking? The biggest champion of education in Tanzania was Mwalimu. He never tired to write and speak about history and the philosophy of education, about the purpose of education and how it was crucial to the liberation of humankind. If you listen to Mwalimu's speeches, there were never lists of enrollment and classrooms built and things of that sort. Mwalimu was much more interested in what does education do to the human person and to society. And the biggest critic of education in Tanzania ever was Mwalimu Julius Nyerere. He was even more fierce in his scathing attacks on the failure and hypocrisy of the education system and of his own government that he led to fail to deliver on the promises of education. I think we can draw 2 lessons from his leadership. The first is that leadership is not only about making long lists of what you have achieved. Yes, it is that, but it is even more importantly about acknowledging failures and about inviting public debate about the progress that has been made or lack thereof. The second lesson we can draw from Mwalimu is that when you truly care about something, like Mwalimu cared about education, then you must be prepared to shine the most honest and critical light on it. In this case, Mwalimu was a practitioner of the idea that to love something is to be truthful about it, to be fully truthful about it. and also its opposite. That is, to give false praise is to give disrespect. So in my contribution today for all of us, I want to share 3 quotes from Mwalimu that I think are perhaps even more relevant today than they were when he spoke about them many years ago. First, Mwalimu understood that historically, schooling in our country and in our continent was a colonial project. Its job and purpose was to get citizens to stop thinking, to stop questioning, and simply obey the authorities, what they now call complement the government's efforts. That is why, because Mwalimu saw education as an anti-colonial project, he saw it as a political and democratic project, foreshadowing Bob Marley to, quote, emancipate ourselves from mental slavery, end quote. For this, Mwalimu saw the purpose of education as doing 3 things, and I'm going to now read one of his 3 quotes. Quote, education must encourage the development in each citizen of 3 things: an inquiring mind, an ability to learn from what others do and reject or adapt it to his own needs, and 3, a basic confidence in her own position as a free and equal member of society, who values others and is valued by them for what he does and not what he obtains. This is an education for self-reliance. So allow me to underline the 3 things that Mwalimu has highlighted here. First, an inquiring mind. A mind that is curious, that asks questions, that thinks, that does not wait to be told, that does not blindly accept the answers given by the teacher or the parent or the authorities, but rather a mind that researches, analyzes, puzzles, reframes, and creates. Second, in this quote, Mwalimu says it is an ability to learn from others and adapt what she learns. This is an open mind. It is not a mind that retreats into easy nativism or fundamentalism. It does not believe that God has chosen us over others, or that calling others mabepari or mabeberu makes us fine. Rather, it is a mind that is thirsty for knowledge and innovation. How have others learned? What is the secret to their success? How did they figure it out? And what can we learn from them to continually improve what we do in the process of building our nation of human dignity for all? Third, in this quote that I read, Mwalimu talks about education is to develop confidence as a free and equal member of society. Whether you're a girl or a boy, a woman or a man, poor or rich, black, white or brown, student or teacher, peasant or government minister. What matters is that each one of us develops that confidence and we value each other. Elsewhere, he refers to, again, to human dignity, a phrase that Mwalimu used all the time. Note, in the hundreds of thousands of words that Mwalimu wrote, and in the quote I just read, he doesn't dwell on the subject content. He doesn't talk about certificates and degrees. For Mwalimu, elimu sio cheti. For him, education is when a person is confident, inquisitive, and values others to build a free society together. Now I ask you, because we are all education specialists in this room, travel to that classroom in Sumbawanga or Lindi or Misungwi. Imagine yourself sitting at the back of that classroom, watching the interactions between the teacher and the pupils. How well do they do in terms of these 3 priorities that Mwalimu just mentioned? Let's ask ourselves that question. How much progress have we really made on these things that truly matter? Let me now turn to the second quote. For Mwalimu, true learning was going to come not from the content and words of what is taught, but from the behavior and actions of the teachers. To him, the classroom is not only about the content of the curriculum, but it was about the pedagogy of the practice. To him, the classroom should model democracy in action. In an address to the Conference of Secondary Schools in Dar es Salaam in 1967, Mwalimu said the following, quote, "An essential part of the success of our attempt to build a democratic society is the combination of free discussion followed by the full implementation of jointly made decisions. If the children get used to this in school, they will at the same time be learning about the responsibilities of citizens in a free society." End quote. So education is, to quote Mwalimu, the free discussion followed by the full implementation of joint decisions. Ask yourself today, if you are in that school in Sumbawanga, how much free discussion is there? How much joint implementation of joint decisions made by students and teachers is there? Third, finally, Mwalimu saw schooling as a laboratory of how to learn to challenge authoritarianism of the colonial state and the authoritarianism of the post-independent state and its leaders. In 1976, Mwalimu had the following to say, and I quote, "Education arouses curiosity and provokes questioning, the challenging of old assumptions and established practices. An educated Ujamaa village, for example, will neither allow nor tolerate dishonesty among its accountants or authoritarianism amongst its leaders. An educated population will challenge the actions of its elected representatives, including its president." End quote. Think of that school in Misungwi, but also of our society, of the difficult period we went through not so many years ago. Did our education that we each have, and that our students have, and that our teachers have, did it allow us to stop the dishonesty of our accountants and of the accounting officers, to stop stealing from the public purse? Did it allow us to challenge the authoritarianism, the ubabe and the fumodume of our leaders, including our president? That is what education was for Mwalimu. And if it failed us in the recent past, what does it mean for us and the reforms that we have been championing and for the praises that we sing for our achievement? In conclusion, we like to measure education by many things. And we heard some of them today, and we have heard them over and over again for many decades. How many classrooms we've built, how many students we've enrolled, how many desks and books we've supplied, how many billions of shillings we have spent, how our exams pass rate is, how many certificates and degrees we now issue. Our government likes to be filled with people who call themselves doctor, and we like to call ourselves doctor with PhDs, about our market value and how big a salary we can command. Mwalimu was very clear. Education is not about all the things that I just mentioned. By focusing on those things and by constantly talking about enrollment and classrooms and so forth, we may be missing on the key point of what education is really about. That it is not about shiny buildings and shiny certificates, but it is about the ability to think freely, to learn from others and adapt, to gain in confidence, to ask questions, to value each other's human dignity, so that we listen deeply to each other. Until we learn this core lesson and transform our education system accordingly, the promise of education will remain a mirage and failed to liberate us from mental slavery. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rakesh, for illuminating words whether we are making progress over time, over the past almost 50 years. But again, for quoting a numbers of quotes on the thinkings that are still relevant in terms of education today from the founding father, Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere. We shall pick some of the key issues that you have mentioned. And I just want to encourage those who are following us online. If you have a question, you have a comment, just bring it on. But also participants, get ready for any comment, any question that might follow. Now let me turn to Ambassador Barbara. I hope you've also heard from where Rakesh is seated. How do you contextualize the theme? You want to be over there? You can speak from here. We have the mics around.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. And thank you, Rakesh, for putting the theme into context. I hope that the model that I will share today will respond to some of the questions that Mwalimu Nyerere raised at the time from the quotes that you have. But I also wanted just to say thank you to TenMed for having me here and to say how refreshing it is to be speaking here in Tanzania, a country which is led by a female president. I also wanted to say that in my career, my teaching career, I share the frustrations of most of us that have spoken today, including Rakesh, about the slow pace at which we are making progress in the improvement of education. But I also wanted to say that during the COVID pandemic, we have all seen the confirmation of what we already know about social economic inequalities, only in a more candid way. For education, it has confirmed that it is far from being the equalizer, as it is also riddled with inequalities. Even before the global crisis, I think UNESCO was reporting that there were 93 million children of primary and secondary school age, and 60% of youth between the ages of 15 and 17 who are not in school in sub-Saharan Africa. We are therefore unlikely to meet the leaving no one behind target. Sub-Saharan Africa also has the highest rates of exclusion globally. And according to UNESCO, again, 52 million girls of secondary school age are not in school, even before COVID. So in a crisis, they are the first to drop out, becoming victims of the danger of early marriage and exploitation. In Tanzania and Zambia, 40% and 42% respectively of girls are married before the age of 18. Education for the marginalized, especially girls, therefore requires special attention. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not in normal time. It is wartime. I think our planet is under attack with a barrage of missiles firing from all directions. But like an army commander, we need to retreat, regroup, rethink our defense, and forge new ways of dealing with the crisis. The good news is that we have one common enemy, the global crisis that has been fueled by climate change, the war in Ukraine, and COVID-19. I think these three events constitute the biggest threats to humanity as a whole and to the global economic agenda, as they determine, they undermine the institutions that protect us. There can therefore be no better common ammunition than education, with its proven power of transforming economies as well as lives generally. I want to quote Professor Michael Kelly, a Zambian HIV/AIDS activist. He's late now and researcher. He likened education as a vaccine against HIV infection. It has the power to disseminate information and empower citizens to make informed decisions and choices. I think this analogy applies to the crisis that confronts us today. Education can be the antidote Africa and the world in general need to deal with this crisis and prepare us for transformation. It is, however, a well-known fact that the education sector in its current state does not have the capacity to meet the needs of all learners, let alone to play the role of tackling pressing global challenges. So for education to transform the world, it will need to tackle the entrenched social and cultural inequalities laid bare by the global crisis. For meaningful change to take place, education, being at the core of the stagnation, should in itself be transformative. The biblical new wine in old skin will not bring the change that we want. But we should not despair. We have this never seen before chance to act decisively with the response that matches the scale of the crisis. This crisis has put, I think, the education community on the spotlight. And it's pushing us as education is out of the comfort of our libraries and our classrooms towards disrupting the status quo. We should utilize this opportunity of the unity of purpose brought about by the crisis. Just as we came together for COVID, let us unite for education. We have a duty to correct the exclusion perpetuated by the current education system. In rethinking the role of education, I think Africa should leverage the greatest asset of our time, its youth. With 60% of its population under the age of 25 years and getting younger, there is an opportunity for equipping Africa's next generation with the knowledge and skills they need to effect behavior change and to deal with the climate change and related issues. There's also potential for actualizing education as a human right by making it more inclusive and equitable. So the potential of youth to participate in national development and as agents of change has been disregarded thus far. Yet globally, they are driving change and leading revolutions. I think we have the Arab Spring as an example, and the landslide elections in Zambia last year. Africa should not squander this opportunity of heightening attention towards education as it ponders the role of education in global transformation. The youth could be the trigger that we need to lead an education revolution, to dismantle the status quo and unlock the multiplier effect. Just as other youth-led organizations such as the Boy Scouts and Girl Guides have helped shape character and build self-confidence in young people, a model that I would like to share is a community youth-led model being implemented by CAMFED, is producing very positive outcomes. And I think it addresses some of the issues that were raised by Mwalimu through Rakesh, just spoken earlier. Recent secondary school graduates returned to their local schools and volunteered to mentor marginalized learners. They support students with catch-up learning, deliver self-development, well-being, and life skills sessions. They conduct home visits to identify those at the point of dropping out and connect them to vital services. They in turn gain valuable skills of self-empowerment and future employment. They have local ownership and control and are also able to shift social norms related to particularly girls' education. They can be the vehicle for sustained change at scale. Through this model, schools in remote, underserved communities have seen reduced dropouts, improved retention and performance. The young women are effective because they are rooted in the local communities and use their lived experience of how they themselves overcame deprivation and hardship. They are not looking to migrate to urban areas and are creating a pipeline of women leaders and future teachers, nurses, and other professions. As role models, they can be the bridge between the community and the system and between policy and practice. For example, supporting the implementation of free education and the re-entry policies that we've heard spoken about by the government officials that spoke before me. Even during COVID, when schools were shut, they were able to provide valuable information in a timely manner for urgent action by the authorities. When schools reopened, they mounted back to school campaigns with great success, with some schools reporting more than 90% students returning to
Ambassador,
school.
I have to cut you short. And I just want to thank you because you are raising a lot of concern around education that indeed develops mind and not only going to school, but also you're raising a lot of issues around gender issues that support education. And you are citing even an example of an intervention that is taking place in Zambia. I'm going to come back with some to take some of your thoughts. And now I wish to request Boaz of ANSEFA. I know he works with a regional organization across Africa, and we would wish to hear from you. What's your thought about the role of education? Are we making any progress?
Thank you very much, Mr. Ochola. And first, I have to appreciate the presentation that have been made by my predecessors, Rakesh and Ambassador Shilangwa. I know that they are great people who have contributed significantly in strengthening the voice of civil society in education across the continent. And Rakesh, salute, because I think the time when you were voicing some of the issues that we are still facing today, many years ago, just before the millennium, the turning of the millennium and all that, I think not many of us were in a position to join you, but later on we found that you had charted a good ground. I also have to appreciate the fact that the founding chair of ANSEFA, Mtandao wa Elimu Afrika, I think that could be a better summary of ANSEFA. Mr. Board Chair, please, you'll pardon me for using that, but just to make others know, because that's where it comes from. That was Leoncia Salakana, also was from here. So the combination of Rakesh when he was here and Leoncia was very instrumental in setting the tempo for education advocacy across the continent. And so I really am a small shadow under the umbrellas of those great men and women, and Madam Ambassador, who actually also was very, very instrumental from the Zambian side, together with our colleagues there. So first and foremost, I think it is important for us to put this conference into perspective. And the first thing for me is when we are talking of rethinking education, why do we talk of rethinking? Does it mean we have really thought through the education so much in the past that now we are going back there? I start from a position that we have never had a time to think education. And I think it is the right time for us to think through what was the education that was and that has been, and then think ahead on what really needs to be done to ensure that the education that is delivered to our people, the children, all people, because education is lifelong, from the crib to the grave, that the education we are talking about is education that transforms the people and transforms our continent of Africa. So I'm starting from that position that I think right from the outset, we have just been delivering something called education. We've just been having education systems that probably are only meant to enable us train handmen and women who can fix fuses here and there. And so I start from that background. Two, this conference is significant even as we rethink education, because you all know that it's coming at the background of the preparations which are being rolled out for next month's, that's the Transforming Education Summit in New York, 16 to 18, yes. And I think I like what Leonardo Garnier, the that's a special advisor to the UN Secretary General for the Transforming Education Summit. He actually said that in his thinking, I think we are going to roll out or kick off a real movement to galvanize all the actors, all the stakeholders towards transformational education process globally. But we are starting from Africa, and I think it is important that we also take that very seriously. I want to recast our debate then from what has been agreed on to be the education that we need, education that we want. Elimu tuitakayo kwa lugha ya nyumbani hapa. Kiswahili pia ni lugha ya kitaifa, kimataifa sasa. So I would wish that we then become very specific and say that all that we are still struggling as we talk of rethinking and reviewing where we are and how we go forward, we should not lose sight of the various contributions of the leaders of the past, the main commitments we've made, and particularly from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 26, that cemented the foundation for our education across the globe, a transformational education, where I think if I was to paraphrase, I don't need to reread everything. Everyone has the right to education, and education that is free, of quality, and the fact that then it enables everyone to access it. So I also link it to elimu jumuishi, or inclusive education, leaving no one behind. And you've seen, if you track through, then the education that we've been talking about is to ensure that each and every person, once born, is accorded that opportunity at the state or the government cost. I know there are those who would be very uncomfortable when I say that the quality public education that is universally provided for all at the cost that the government meets. When you say free, sio elimu bure, ama elimu ya bure. Somebody told me when you say it's free education, people really do not like things which you say it's just free. It's devoid of anything. It is not that context. It's that it is the costs. Those barriers to the education are eliminated. And indeed, that all of us then get an opportunity to access that education. And that foundation also talks about the purpose of the education, the full development of human personality and the enhancement or strengthening of how then we relate with one another, the respect among citizens of a country, of the continent, and of the world, so that then we as a people respect ourselves first. And once you respect yourself, you also respect the others. And that, I think, makes it very easy for us to relate. So I would be skipping the various instruments that document this. I think all of us know about that. From the global level, the Universal Declaration I've mentioned, the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, all the Convention on the Right of the Child, all these have documented issues about our commitment to deliver education of quality. And so if we revisit, if we are to rethink, I think we then need to put it into context. Have we really moved a step towards actualizing those commitments that we have made? I've jumped also the Africa Agenda 2063 and the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, which also talk a lot about where we've come from and what we committed to really ensure that all our children and the youth are in school and learning and are being trained. And so part of the work then that we do as ANSEFA actually helps to constantly keep reminding us that we are not starting from nowhere, that there's a foundation. And this foundation is very firm. And all that we're saying is probably we did not start from a very good footing, particularly most of our African countries that were colonized. Because if you are to revisit the colonial education and the immediate post-colonial education, where education as was totally a different ball game, was aimed at, as I mentioned, just creating handymen and women who are not necessarily able to think, because if you could think harder, then you would actually revolutionize the society and you'd actually expel those who are colonized, those who had colonized us. So for me, it would be good as we are then rethinking this education, then we look more deeply at what has been ailing us, what ails the education across the continent. And I've gathered this from a number of the materials that ANSEFA and its membership in the countries have generated through research, the work that they do from the partners that they have. But there are certain things which are not right. I wanted to say there, which are foundationally not well established. One is the philosophical position. I'm happy Rakesh had mentioned this, but I'm looking at the education and for what purpose? Education for what? I think that has been important. Most of our governments are still hanging on to their colonial legacy and the policy of education. So I think it is important to graduate and move to the higher level, where our education is aimed at fully building a human character, the values, the ethos in the society, and having critical thinking minds that would help us to go beyond just providing labor or cheap labor for that. And so the transformational model for education, and I think from last year, the year before, that's 2020, when we were facing the serious challenge of the COVID-19 coming in and all that, we started saying that there's a way in which we should be having education at the center as the instrument for change, so that the emancipatory education processes that ANSEFA has also been trying to undertake. That's through well-structured consultations in some select countries in the Western Africa. I think that has enabled us then to start looking at, okay, education in itself is an instrument that would enable most of the countries to solve the problems that they face. And if I dare say, I would borrow examples that we've experienced based on the outreaches that we do. Around 2008, 2009, I think when Sudan, before the birth of the new country, South Sudan, when Sudan was one, they had the crisis, the conflict that ravaged this Khartoum city and Omdurman parts and all that. One thing that we noted, because that found when the ANSEFA delegation was there, and you could feel that the tension was just too much. The attack was happening. And the Minister for Education at the time was really worried and was saying, we need to invest a lot in our military and in our security around. But as the position that ANSEFA took, we did suggest to them that indeed, if you looked at the faces of those who overran the police and all that, they are very young people. The solution would be if they were in school, they would not be there. And I think they started also doing something. When you go to governance and you start looking at the situations where elections come and go, I'll give you the example of Kenya 2017. After the election, there was a reporter, Kwamshetsi Makoha. I think he can be Googled. A reporter, a journalist, of course, he also reports. And he was analyzing how come in Kenya that election, sorry, even right now there are elections, but let me use the one that has already been documented more and more. He analyzed how the people were behaving and whom they elect to take charge of their public affairs. And in Kenya, we have 47 counties, and each county, you have a governor who is more like the president of a county. So he was wondering how come there were two counties he compared. West Pokot, who had elected a professor, very disciplined, very focused person as the governor. And then Nairobi, where I said, this is the elite, where the majority of the learned are, but elected a person whom, as the security machinery were going on, said a person who has a birth certificate and a death certificate, who skipped jail and managed even to fake that he had died, in other words, and had those kind of things. So his analysis was, which kind of education produced these Nairobians? That they are in the city and they elect this kind. And those who are not so much well learned in the West Pokot, they elected a professor whose planning skills, faculties are very working. So in other words, when we think education, then we also must be thinking of for what purpose? Is it just that we pass through the children through a conveyor belt and they are delivered beyond primary, beyond secondary, beyond higher education and all that? So I think that is on the philosophical foundation. I wouldn't go into much details because I think
thank you.
I wanted to finish on the quality. The quality
in 1 minute, if that would work.
Thank you.
Please.
So yeah, the quality parameters, particularly aligned to the teachers and the teaching methodologies, that if we revisit education, the quality aspects, without providing a framework for continuous and sustainable development of the teacher, the professional development, supported by the state, not at the cost of the teacher who is not well remunerated. I think that would be looking at that very much. And then the funding mechanisms, I think, because a number of, they have already been raised. So Those are the quick ones that I wanted to say, though there are other urgent questions, 1 to 12, that would have been useful to reiterate, but I guess you can also raise those questions. I wanted to pose them to you to ponder about, but I guess the audience can also raise them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Boaz, for insightful discussion around rethinking the role of education at the key moment of global transformation. And you are raising some concern. Are we making any progress? What are our philosophical engagement with the education? Education for what purpose? And so many other questions that also were raised by Ambassador Barbara and Rakesh. And now we have remained with at least 10 minutes and wouldn't to close this session without engaging with participants. So if you have a question you want to raise to Rakesh, I hope you're still online. Absolutely still on, I can see him. And any other participant you want to raise a question or a comment, is your time is over to the floor. And you can just raise your hand and press the button on your mic and you speak. There are some of the mics that are on. I wish you could put them off because they are going to interrupt the communication on the floor. So whoever has from the floor, a question, contribution? Name? Technicians?
Yes, I think I can, I'm getting there. A question to Rakesh. How come Julius Nyerere, where those thoughts didn't translate them into action? I mean, not for the fact that he ran a single party state, which couldn't have been encouraging critical thinking. Not that he, even in 1983, when the Makweta report suggested that for people to be confident when they are relating to their learning and so on, you needed to use Kiswahili as a medium. At that point, although later he changed his mind, at that point he said, no, because English is the Kiswahili of the world, we had better continue with the English as a medium at secondary school level so that people don't have a good reason, a compulsion for learning English. So how can you explain, my brother Rakesh, how can you explain this lack of alliance between what Nyerere speaks about and what he did?
Thank you very much for your question. A question is around this connection between the philosophy and the implementation of the educational interventions that would really bring a whole person. Any other question? You want to pick up 3 questions really quick? Yes, sir. Can be seated and direct the microphone towards your mouth.
Okay. If, according to Rakesh, of course, and the colleagues, first of all, I'm impressed by your discussion about this issue of rethinking the role of education at key moments of the global transformation. Now, the issue is, if education is not about the content, it's not about a certificate, it's about developing an inquiring mind
is about ability to learn from others. That is learning about learning. And education is about development of confidence. My very short question and the humble one. Now, what is the game changer if we are to start again? I mean, talking about rethinking the role of education. What are the main game changers?
Thank you very much. And the last end in the first round, if there is a... Yes, madam. Well, so that we pick it up.
My name is Leima Mkwawa, a graduate from Mwalimu Nyerere Memorial Academy. I'm not have a question, but I have a contribution. On the point no one left it behind, but still Tanzania, we have a challenge in the education sector. Some of groups are still left behind. For example, Maasai living with disabilities are not being seen in education. For example, me, tangu nimeanza kusoma sijawahi kumuona mwanafunzi wa Kimasai ambaye anaishi na ulemavu. Kwa hii situation bado Tanzania tuna changamoto. Kwa hiyo tunatakiwa kuangalia kama sisi, yani nitoe tu ushauri, tuangalie namna gani wale wenzetu wenye ulemavu ambao jamii yao imewaficha wanaweza na wenyewe wakafichuriwa huko waliko na wakaweza kuingia kwenye hii system ya kupata elimu, na tunaweza tukafikia malengo mazuri, kwa sababu naamini wao pia wana mawazo mazuri ya kuliendeleza taifa letu. Asante.
Thank you very much. That was a comment. And she was insisting on an aspect of exclusion in education and discrimination. There are those communities in Tanzania, specifically, she mentioned Maasai, whereby children with disability are not accorded an opportunity to go to school. So she's asking, while discussing the role of education, there are still those that are left behind. And what do we do about it? The last question in this particular phase of the question, and the panelists will come over and respond.
Yeah, asante, labda utaniruhusu niulize Kiswahili.
Feel free to speak either Swahili or English.
Okay. Swali langu ambalo nafikiri hata wananchi wanajaribu kutuuliza, inakuwaje mtu aliyesoma ndio anayekuja kuwa tatizo la kukosa ajira, wakati yule ambaye hajasoma hana tatizo la ajira? Na tulitegemea kwamba huyu aliyesoma, mtu aliyesoma ni kama kwetu kumkuta mchawi ameshindwa kuvuka mto, utashangaa sana. Sasa wananchi yani wanatuuliza kwamba kuna kitu gani kinaendelea, kwamba huyu ambaye ameelewa vitu vingi ndio anayesumbua kwamba amekosa kazi, lakini huyu ambaye haelewi vitu vingi ndio anaye survive. Labda Lakeshi kwenye majumuisho ajaribu kutupa, baraka ndio kero kabisa tu iko hapo. Tulitegemea mtu aliyesoma aje awe wonderful. Sasa hivi aliyesoma ndio inakuwa more tatizo zaidi. Asante sana.
Thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament. Posing a question around, why is it so the graduates who are learned and gone to school are the ones that are unemployed and do not contribute to the development economies of their countries? But those who have not gone to the level of graduation, they are the ones that are running the economies. They are self-employed. They can transform their life and they are living better and meaningful life. So he's asking what is not working in our education system, and if the discussants can really respond. Let me start with Rakesh. I hope you got some question from where you are. And if you can pick a few to respond and comment.
Thank you very much. Great questions and great comments. I'll try to be brief and respond to all. Let me just first start with Dada Kwaya, I think if I got her name. The point of inclusion, kuhakikisha kwamba walemavu wanaweza kusoma na kukaribishwa kwenye mashule yetu na kuthaminiwa ni muhimu sana, sana, sana. And I think if we design an education system to be accessible to the most marginalized, then that is how we can make sure that everyone benefits. And not only the person with disability will benefit, the whole society will benefit, because our children will learn how to include people who are different, who have different abilities, who have different points of view, rather than to continue the discrimination in society. So I want to thank you. Ndugu Kishimba, I think I very much appreciate the way you reframe questions on elimu. Unajua kusoma sio kuelewa. Mara nyingi elimu yetu tena inapoteza ufahamu. You go into school, sasa unajidai, unajivunia, mimi najua sana, mimi nina form 6, mimi nina degree, and it distances you from your society. The things we learn are not about our real life. They teach us about other things that are not relevant. And most importantly, instead of teaching us to have a thirst for knowledge, ile uchachu wa kujifunza na kuuliza, we close our minds. We think we know. We think we know. We think we have the answers instead of asking the question. So education is miseducating us. I'm not surprised that many of our educated people, I remember when I started my first NGO in Mwanza, Kuleana, pengine Mheshimiwa Kishimba utaikumbuka, I hired 2 people with master's degrees to do that work. And after 3-4 months, I had to fire them, because the people who are standard 7 leavers knew more kuliko the people with masters who are expecting the others to kuwakorogea chai na kuwaletea files, na wao walitaka tu kukaa na kufanya maamuzi. Nilipowaambia nendeni field huko, they didn't want to go to the field. So I really think our education is teaching our people to be arrogant, to think we know too much. And in that way, it is failing us and miseducating us. I think it was Rafiki yangu ndugu Binde. Well, maybe I'll come to your question last. Let me ask Professor Lwaitama. I think you know the answer better than me, that Mwalimu was a contradiction. On one hand, he talked about democratic thinking, but he was not a very democratic thinker himself. He occupied the space. He ended up thinking for the whole cabinet. He ended up thinking for the whole nation. The room for the very values he discussed was often very difficult. And I think he relied on his own government, his own ministers, to implement the liberation philosophy when the scaffolding that his ministers had adopted was a colonial state. They were used to being in charge. Once they tasted power, the old colonial power themselves, they didn't want to give it up. So I think the history of Mwalimu, as Professor Shivji and others have pointed out in their volumes, is one of a deep contradiction between the ideas and the practice. And the one lesson which you learn is that the practice matters much more. So don't just listen to the words of what people say. Look at what they do in practice. If you want to see whether a leader is truly democratic, how does that leader treat the domestic worker in the house? How does that leader treat the waiter in the restaurant who is being late? That will tell you much more than the words of a person. Finally, I think my friend Mr. Binder, you talked about Sawa. If this is the case, what is the game changer? I want to say 2 things. One is we have to be very clear as Tanzanians, as Africans, what a truly educated person looks like. I really believe that our mantra for the last 20, 30 years to measure progress in terms of schooling inputs, madarasa, majengo, madawati, vitabu, vyeti, is misleading us. That is not education. if we are very clear kwamba maana ya elimu ni uwezo wa kufikiri, kudadisi, kubuni, kutafakari, kuuliza maswali, to have the confidence. If that is what it is, then let us measure those things. And let us measure every teacher and every school in terms of how does it prepare children to do those things. If we did that, if we change our examination system, which is the biggest lie to us, the examination tells us we pass when, if you look deeply, it actually means nothing, like we did when we looked at nectar. If we change what good looks like and measure that, then I think we will change our society. And we have to stop talking about schooling inputs, and we have to talk about learning outcomes. That, to me, is going to be the game changer. And the second and final point, Mwalimu wrote a very important essay called The Power of Teachers in 1966. He said that the most powerful person in the country is not the politician, is not the president, is not the minister, it is the teacher. And if we look at the nature of our teachers, what they do, how they teach, it is highly, highly depressing. I think if we focus on how does a teacher become the liberator, the facilitator of this thinking, and how are they supported and held accountable to do this, that is going to be the key to transforming our education system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rakesh, for your response and comments and your insights on the questions that were raised. Let me ask you, Barbara, in 3 minutes to respond to any question, and then over to Boaz, 3 minutes to respond to any questions that you have chosen to respond to.
Thank you very much. For me, I think the game changer will be finding a link between policy and practice. I think we take a lot of things for granted in our nations, and see, we announce free education, for example, and assume that all the children will go to school. We announce re-entry and we assume that all the girls that get pregnant will go back to school. We are forgetting that what's happening at community level is completely different from the way we are thinking. We need to know that you can, even if there is no fees to be paid, if parents at home decide that they would rather have the girl going to marriage, that's what will happen. So we need to shine a light on what's happening at community level. And that is why I thought that the model I shared is we are involving young people to learn in how to learn, and also help them how to learn by involving them and sharing their lived experience. They know that what at home, even if there's no fee to be paid, if my parents want to marry me off, that's the choice, and that's what will happen. We need to be thinking about not detaching ourselves from what's happening in the communities, ensuring that the policies of government and all the nations are translated into ensuring that even the marginalized go to school. The brilliant question that the young girl there raised is important. How come we are saying all these things about free education, but we are still, we feel excluded? And what will include you is only when we consider that what's taking place at community is reflecting the policy positions of countries. Thank you.
Over to you, Boaz, as we prepare ourselves for our final remarks.
Thank you. I would start with the question that Mheshimiwa Jumanne. Yes. Actually, you asked one part of the question. I wanted to add you another one. Should have been also asking, how come most of the bad practices are commissioned by some of the best learned fellows? Corruption, those very high level corruption are committed by people who have been well trained. So it's besides those who are looking for just jobs, there's also those who learn very well. And indeed, they steal in billions. So to sum what my response would be, I think it boils down to the philosophy and what the value system of the society is. And if we have structured education in such a way that we are only looking at its outcome in terms of the certificates, in terms of the constructions, the buildings that we see, then we do not know even how we evaluate the education. So what is the education that we want? I think it is not education that incapacitates you. I think we need to revisit that and address it wholesomely. I think if people would be having challenges and problems with Mwalimu Nyerere, the founding father here, I have a lot of positive words about what he did, because he first ensured that the people themselves understood who they are and how they relate with one another as Tanzanians. And I think whenever I come here and I always hear Ndugum Tanzania, I really feel at home, because it's much different from where I come from. So I start from that standing point. A leader may not get everything right, but there's one thing that you'll find with him. And I think particularly also emphasizing on the use of Kiswahili as a language. The two are here, you would understand that when you are teaching a child and you're using a language that is not very familiar with her, it will take quite a lot of time. Mwalimu Nyerere emphasized the use of Kiswahili, and I'm happy that AU has picked Kiswahili as a language. And just the other day, we were celebrating Kiswahili, a whole week of Kiswahili. I would wish to be in Dar es Salaam to be so proficient in Kiswahili so that when I come here, I only speak Kiswahili. I come from around Lake Victoria, or Namlolwe, so to say, that is the local name. And I like the fact that Kiswahili makes it easier for these younger ones to learn quick things. I think I wish that could be developed, and most of our African countries adopt that language. You find that it is common in so many of the countries in the eastern part. And I think on the kind of education and the outcomes that you want, I wanted to give you an example of what a professor in Kenya, Professor Miriam Were, who is an authority on public health, did when people were planning about how do we ensure that now we are getting resources to the communities. And we need health, we need education, we need all that. Then she came up and said in one of the conferences that the problem that we have is that we are having incapacity to conceive what we require as to be called development in the communities. And this is because the education we've gone through does not enable us to see it that way. Because many of the leaders were saying, I want many hospitals in my area. I want doctors there stationed. I want drugs in those hospitals. Then she came and said, that does not show. The presence of many doctors and hospitals actually tell you there are many sick people. She said, I would like to see people who are really happy and healthy and all that. That would tell me that indeed there is good health service provision. So there's a way in which our education has not also helped us to perceive things the right way we should be perceiving them. And I think that's why then we probably require to revisit and rethink our education and see how will it help us to transform this society. It must start with us. I think we have to revisit the foundations of the philosophy of it. We have to revisit the curriculum. We have to revisit the teacher development, training, pre-service, during the service and all that. And we need also to prepare the environment for teaching and learning to be conducive for the sharing of knowledge, because across many countries in Africa, so let me be general, you'll still find universities where teachers are even afraid to teach some subjects in the correct manner for less, for fear that maybe they could get, they could be a target in some areas. I think This happens in a number of cases, and the documentation of the material that is also being used. There are many, you come to Kenya, for example, it's until recently when we are really tracing and glorifying the historic work of the liberation heroes. For quite some time, we were made to think that they were actually the wolves. They were the very bad people. They actually needed to be in jail. And you see that kind of history, if it is not well documented and taught, then we end up having people who are probably half-baked. Thank you.
I just want to thank you all for sharing constructive information around rethinking the role of education at the key moment of global transformation. Rakesh, in 1 minute, if you wanna summarize and give us your concluding remarks.
Thank you. I think what I would want to say is that it's time to speak the truth and say things very directly. Protokali yetu na mara nyingine unyenyekevu wetu imetuangusha. And for those of us who have the money to send our kids to private school na nini, it doesn't matter. But for the vast majority, ukimya wetu na unyenyekevu wetu unaua. So I think this is a time kwa wakweli na wajasiri kusema ukweli na tukua wabunifu. This style of kupongeza and kushukuru ni kudharau. Tukiheshimu watu, tukimheshimu kiongozi, tumwambie ukweli na tuwe wazi kubuni na kuoffer solutions. Sio tu to criticize, but also to give solutions, bold and creative solutions. That is what will help move our country and our continent forward. Asanteni.
Madam Ambassador, final remarks.
I think I would like to say that we should depoliticize education. I think education has been abused by our politicians, sorry to say. They use it to make announcements, to build schools. They build big schools and they will training teachers and recruiting teachers, but they're forgetting that education, I think, is at the heart of the development of their nations. And if they continue to simply just make announcements and do not care about what happens with the announcements they make, we will 10 years down the line still be talking about the same story of policy and policy. Policy must be put into practice so that we make the difference that we would like to see. So please free our education, leave it out of your politics. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm reminded that on this particular side, there are participants with a disability and they have a burning question. So that particular question will be responded by Boaz as he makes his concluding remarks. Whoever had a question on this side. Yes, sir. Unaweza ukauliza Kiswahili au?
My question is how the philosophers' thoughts related on the curriculum change so as to bring the positive impact on changing a new generation to face the contemporary challenges. Thank you.
The question is around curriculum and how curriculum do bring in positive impacts to the learners but also how does curricula do address the issues of contemporary challenges? I don't know if I put it clear.
Thank you. Thank you. I wish there were curriculum experts. I'm coming from the policy side, and indeed, the curriculum and even how we develop it in most countries, I think is also very different, because it should be based on the country's development needs. But I look more deeply at it in that for us, the kind of curriculum that you develop should be one that should be liberating, that the emancipatory framework that I was making reference to. Because within that framework, then you'll find a curriculum that would then enable both, I mean, the teacher and the learners to interact and the knowledge to be shared, so that the confidence or the full development of a person is actually realized through that. I think there's the quick and what is normally seen as this is the trend, is what is going on right now. Everybody jump to a bandwagon. Maybe this is the course is most marketable. Yeah, I think when we are all driven by that, then we lose the gist. I'm saying this because you'll find a number of universities who of late have decided that say courses like anthropology, you say, no, that does not really get you a job, you know, that does not you somewhere or be creative to develop or to create some jobs. I think we lose it because then we do not understand why we should study those courses like anthropology and the likes, because for me, I think the wholesome development of a person is most critical. And with that, then you'll find that you require, you'll now look at the deeper needs of the society for now and for the future, and you plan for it, and the development, that curriculum would be attuned to what that country would need. Every country has got its long-term goals. I think it's developed alongside that. But finally, I think for me to close my comments, I was touched by our daughter from the Mwalimu Nyerere University, the comments on inclusion and all that. I think that is very, very fundamental, because when she's mentioning particularly communities that are still known not to be having opportunity or being facilitated to ensure that their children with disability are in school. Probably beyond that, you'd also find that there are some children with disability who are still hidden from the public, because culture within Africa is looked at also differently. There are people who look at children with disability as a curse. So that would require that you go deeper to what are the problems still afflicting the education of the children with disability, particularly in Tanzania, because Tanzania is a pioneer in elimu jumuishi. Am I wrong? The first country that actually placed a policy document, a policy paper on inclusive education is Tanzania, across this continent. I'm not just saying it because I know your predecessor, Dr. Kisanji, was in the panel, was in the task force that developed that. So I think implementation, and that's why Ambassador Shilango, you're very right. We shouldn't just be having documents in place that, oh, if you want which policy, it is there. Which policy is there, and the practice is the different, is a different ballgame. I think that's then where we lose it. So we should develop them, but also develop them consultatively. Because when you're developing them consultatively, it gives you the opportunity to do education, that mass awareness, so that people also understand that this exists. And with that, when you're implementing, you'll get ready allies in the communities particularly on the inclusive education. You will realize that they now come forth and say, oh, so the child who's been given to me by God with this disability can still learn just like any other. And so when you live together, I think we should be able to learn together. Because if we separate the two, then you'll find children, maybe from my family where there's none with disability, they think that they don't need to interact even with those with disability. So that is my understanding. And I thank you for raising that matter. I think it's important. The policy should be followed with practice implementation, but implementation needs to be supported by the communities. So make the communities be aware, and civil society, the networks, TENMET and others, thank you for doing a wonderful job, that business. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I understand there are still a lot of hands and people are still raising their hands. If you allow me, no, I'm told no. We have come to the end of our session, afternoon session. And I just want to thank you all for being good participants. Rakesh, thank you from New York, and now you can go back to sleep because you had indicated you'll be waking up very early. We want to thank you, and we shall keep the conversation going. And also I want to thank you, Boaz from Nairobi, Kenya, for making it up throughout, and Madam Ambassador Barbara from Zambia for constructive thought and experience and experts in the role of education in transforming our global. Until then, let's keep the conversation alive because we are here for the next 3 days. If you have any question, you have a comment, interact with our app, and we shall be bringing those questions as the discussions are continuing. God bless and good afternoon.
Great. Thank you very much for your patience. It's been a long morning to afternoon. Congratulations, the panel was perfect. The ideas were very forward, and I think we're just being requested to be very bold, aren't we? So let me allow you, the coordinator, to lead the VIP team towards lunch. And that includes your panelists, your excellencies, your other honors, for example, the member of parliament, our international partners, please, those representing ministries from the different countries, may they follow you, please. And the best exit door would be to the left, and you're going to be led by our very able secretariat. So our VIP guests, may we please request that we exit left, my left, your right. So there's the cartoon again. And you imagine yourself behind that table, and you've got to untangle that. So which piece will you grab onto first? Is it the red? Is it the yellow? A little bit of green? Is it the black? Which fits with what? And it says mfumo wa elimu, which is mfumo is system or the education system. Elimu in Swahili, elimu is education. So that's what it looks like. That's pretty much what we've been discussing. May I please request the secretariat to assist me in leading the delegates to the following rooms. Some of us may go to the second floor. Some of us may go to the third floor. There's a bit more space in the third floor. So if we could all exit left as I'm pointing to the right. No, watoto wetu, by the way. Yeah, let's take our children first. Watoto, walimu, Twendeni floor ya pili, please. The second floor for our children and our teachers. Na nitaomba pia kwenye kona pale kwenye wenzetu wenye uhitaji maalum, naomba nanyi pia muweze kuelekezwa ghorofa la pili. There are lifts, by the way. You could take the stairs if you wish, just a bit of exercise. But kuna lifts, we have lifts just to the side of the building, the second floor. And I think I'm going to request that most of us go to the third floor. So ladies and gentlemen, let's exit now. We're behind time. We caught up with time dramatically, and then we lost it almost by an hour. And we're going to give this another 45 minutes or so. If we can, please return, pick up your valuables, your mobile devices. Don't leave your laptops behind. It is safe, but please don't do that. And see you in the next 45 minutes or so. We'll continue with the next two presentations. The first one is Tanzania Determination Towards Provision of Quality and Relevant Education. That's a presentation. And we will wind down the day with our PSs from the mainland Tanzania, Zanzibar, South Sudan, Zimbabwe, and Zambia, discussing how education is too important to be left to chance. See you shortly. Thank you for the morning and bon appetit. Chakula chema. Asante, nashukuru sana, asante. Karibu bwana. Yes. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. Let's take our seats and let's proceed. DJ, resident DJ, thank you for the wonderful jazz. Yeah, beautiful note. Thank you. Mambo vipi? Tuko poa? Wanafunzi mmekula? Mmeshiba? Aya, mnaruhusiwa kusinzia. Sawa na mnaweza mkakaa mmeslouch kabisa, yani jinyosheni kwenye viti hivi, tutawasamehe. Mambo magumu magumu haya Kiingereza kingi Sawa. Basi tunazungumza mambo ya msingi juu ya maendeleo ya elimu, sawa na tunajaribu kuiangalia dunia ijayo ambayo ni dunia yenu nyinyi watoto wadogo. Sawa, kwanza elimu ambayo mnapata hivi sasa kutokana na risala yenu, yale yote ambayo mmeandika yamewasilishwa, lakini jukumu litakuwa ni juu yenu nyinyi wenyewe. Kwanza kuithamini elimu yenyewe. Kwa hiyo utakachokisikia, utakachokielewa, sawa. Na kama unahisi una point, nyosha mkono juu, uliza swali, sawa? Tungependa ushiriki wenu watoto pia. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Let's continue. We have 2 sessions this afternoon. We may advance our time a little bit, but hopefully we can wrap by 5. And so I will request the presenters to be as concise as possible, to allow for the delegates to Q&A. And we have a very powerful after lunch panel. And if you take a look at it, it's the final one. We have all the PSS whether it's principal, secretary, or permanent secretary, Ministry of Education in the mainland, Zanzibar, South Sudan, Zimbabwe, and Zambia were represented within this conference today. And I can also see Professor Kitila Mkumbo, Mheshimiwa, already here with us. Hata uvue miwani na kufahamu. It's not a disguise. We're honored that you will be moderating that session. But let's begin with the first one. The Tanzania determination towards provision of quality and relevant education for all. We received some praise for the universal education that we received. So what does the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology have to say about this? Earlier, I introduced the commissioner, and I wonder, you're still presenting this one? All right, please rise as I welcome you up to the stage. As we put our hands together, we are anxiously awaiting to hear from you on this one. Mr. Venance Manori, karibu sana. This is your stage. You're all alone. We're giving you your time. Wanasemaga wa Tanzania, everything on paper is amazing, eh? All right, let's go.
Good afternoon, delegates. Yeah, all protocol observed. I'm Venance Manori, as the moderator has said. Acting Commissioner of Education, but I will be presenting on behalf of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. Yeah, I hope you have enjoyed your lunch. Dear members, first, I want to thank and recognize previous speakers, especially during the opening session. They have, in a way, shown the government commitment towards provision of equity and quality education. And members, please allow me to read the presentation as it was prepared. The United Republic of Tanzania has two education systems which are relatively similar. One for Tanzania mainland and the other for Zanzibar. In Tanzania mainland, the provision of education is guided by the Education Act number 25 of 1978, which was revised in 2002, and the Education and Training Policy of 2014. A quality education is a kind of instruction that emphasis on the development of a student holistically, the social, emotional, mental, physical, and cognitive progress of each student irrespective of gender, race, ethnicities, socioeconomic status, or geographical location. It prepares the student for life, not just for testing. This kind of education comprises of learners who are healthy, well-nourished, and ready to participate and learn, and supported by their families and their communities. Environment that is health, safe, protective, gender responsive, gender sensitive, and provide adequate resources and facilities. Content that is reflected in relevant curricula and materials for the acquisition of basic skills, especially in the areas of literacy, numerous, and skills for life, knowledge in such areas like gender, health, nutrition, and other cross-cutting issues like HIV and AIDS education and peace education. Processes through which trained teachers use child-centered teaching approaches in a well-managed classrooms and schools, and skills assessment to facilitate learning and reduce disparities. Outcomes that encompasses knowledge, skills, and attitudes, and are linked to national goals for education and positive participation in society. In September 2015, the United Nations, through world leaders, endorsed the Sustainable Development Goals and launched them in January 2016. Among the SDGs, SDG 4 commits member states to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. SDG 4 demands the member states and the UN to ensure, among others, the following: all girls and boys complete free, equitable, and quality primary and secondary education leading to relevant and effective learning outcomes. All girls and boys have access to quality early childhood development, care, and pre-primary education so that they are ready for primary education. All women and men equally access, affordable and quality technical, vocational and tertiary education, including university education. Number of youth and others who have relevant skills, including technical and vocational skills for employment, decent jobs, and entrepreneurship, as gender disparities in education eliminated, and vulnerable persons with disabilities and children in vulnerable situations have equal access to all levels of education and vocational training. Tanzania is one of the members of UN and committed itself to implementation of SDG, including SDG 4, by mainstreaming its national development frameworks. For example, the National 5-Year Development Plan 2016 to 2021, Education Sector Development Plan, and National Inclusive Strategy. The integration and implementation of SDG 4 into national development framework has created strong partnerships among the government, non-state actors, and the development partners in developing quality education. Additionally, the budget allocation for quality education delivery, for example, training of teachers, has increased. Likewise, fee-free basic education is currently provided from pre-primary to Form 6 education, and the pre-primary school level is compulsory and is universal. These efforts have facilitated a rapid expansion in enrollment at all levels of education and improved quality delivery. Tanzania Education and Training Policy is a result of harmonized and subsequent repeals of various policies, including Education and Training Policy of 1995, the Technical Education and the Training Policy of 1996, the National Higher Education Policy K9. This repeal of these policies, policy documents has necessitated was necessitated and influenced by global changes in technology, economy, politics, science, and the social spheres. The changes in these spheres made or forced many countries, including Tanzania in the world, to either change or strengthen their policies, programs and strategies in order to retain the economic competitiveness and enhance sustainable social and scientific technological development. Hence, we developed the Education and Training Policy 2014. The aim of the policy was to improve service delivery and strengthen education and management by restructuring the education sector. Also, it aimed to foster cooperation between Tanzania and the other countries and the regional and international level at regional and the international levels. It also focuses much on enhancing harmonization and the integration of skills in the education and training with the ultimate goal of developing Tanzanian graduates with the requisite skills and the competence that will enable them to meet the emergent demands of the world of work and life in general. But now this policy is under review, and the reasons behind reviewing it is to have a system, structures and flexible procedures that will enable Tanzania to continue learning using variety of pathways, academic and professional. To have quality education and training that is recognized nationally, regionally, and internationally. Access to various education and training policies improved. An increase of human resources commensurable with national priorities and demand. Is also to have an effective management and administration of education training, and to have a sustainable financing modality for education and training. And another reason is to have an education and a training system that integrates cross-cutting issues. So the ongoing review of the education and training policy of 2014 is expected to provide the direction for education and training into account the economic, social, scientific, and the technological changes and the challenges at national, regional, and international levels. By doing so, we expect it will improve opportunities, efficiency, and the quality of education and training. The curriculum development, the change, review, and the improvement of the curriculum is inevitable so as to provide quality education to the Tanzanian. The education that will suit the social, technological, economical, political, and the market demands in the country and the world at large. To ensure that this happens, the government works hard to improve the education curriculum in order to meet both external and internal market needs. For example, in 1967, the government reformed the Lessist curriculum offered by the colonialist for a patriotic curriculum that was inspired by philosophy of socialism and self-reliance in 1967. The focus was to fight the three enemies, that ignorance, disease, and the poverty. 12 years later, in 1979, changes were made again to emphasize the philosophy of socialism and self-reliance, focusing on education for all declaration. The emphasis was on the theory of practice. Thus, combinations including technical, agriculture, home economics were established in order to strengthen skills for better economic life. Education and training policy and the recommendations of the Makweta Commission in 1982. In addition, the many achievements in education implementation, social studies, career skills were introduced at the level of primary education. Information and computer studies courses for secondary schools were also introduced. In 2005, amendments introduced the competence-based curriculum. The changes also took into account the needs for science and technology, and hence the introduction of ICT as well as cross-cutting issues such as AIDS education, reproductive health, life skills, and environment education in the curriculum. In 2014, the curriculum changes were made in order to align it with the education and training policy 1914. In this case, the emphasis was on building skills and strengthening the 3 R's: reading, writing, and arithmetic. Thus, those subjects were removed from pre-primary to grade 2 and retained only those skills, the 3 other skills. In addition, in grade 3 to 7, number of subjects were reduced. In 2021, the government started the process of reviewing primary and secondary school curriculum. The main focus area in this review includes also soft and life skills, especially 21st century skills, innovative thinking, creativity, collaboration, leadership, information and communication technology, and it is expected that these skills will help learners to build their capacity to adapt to the various changes that occur in our communities and in the world at large. In the process of reviewing, a stakeholders' needs analysis was made. Yeah, the stakeholders included parliament members, graduates themselves at various levels, parents, employers in the government and the public sector, teachers, education officers from various levels, quality assurance officers, politicians, etc. Yeah, the data we are collected from both Zanzibar and the mainland, and some of the findings were as follows. People need to have education system that provide alternative pathways. There should be curricula that will enable graduates to participate direct in the world of work, self-employment, or affording teaching the skills needed in the lead environment where students live. Curricula after primary education should be flexible, including streams of skills and knowledge such as crafts, sports, agriculture, entrepreneurship, business, etc. Emphasizing the teaching of values and the patriotism from the primary education. Testing should be consistent with the competence building system certificate level of teacher education should be, okay, there was a suggestion that teacher education certification should start at diploma level. The duration of teacher education training at diploma level should be 3 years, meaning that 2 at college and 1 at practice as intern, and many other findings. The government has analyzed the options. The government has analyzed opinions of many stakeholders and has prepared a draft curricula basing on the findings. In order to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education to all, the Education and Training Policy of 2014 commits the government to remove all barriers that hinder eligible children to access education. The policy clearly states that the government will remove barriers to accessing education to enable students continue with their studies and complete the cycle at the particular education level. In implementing this, the government of Tanzania introduced fee-free basic education policy. This brought ETP into implementation by directing government-owned schools to ensure removal of school fees and the contributions paid by parents. And in 2016, the fee-free basic education officially started its operation. This shift made basic education fee-free, universal, and compulsory. Thus, increased enrollment and retention in schools was observed. Currently, the government has also introduced fee-free basic education at a secondary level, Form 5 and 6. The government is still working to mobilize resources to implement this new structure to meet the current socio-economic demands and allow students complete the academic cycle in shorter period, and aims to streamline technical and vocational training in the basic education. In higher education, in the higher education subsector, the government of the United Republic of Tanzania is implementing a 5-year higher education economic and transformation project known as HEAT. From 2021 to 2026, development objectives is to strengthen the learning environment and the labor market alignment priority programs to higher education institutions and improve the management of the higher education system in Tanzania. It aims to improve the learning environment through expanding learning infrastructure through building seminar rooms, conference halls, lecture theaters, labs, library buildings, farm structures, offices, and establishing new universities and the university campuses, especially in the marginalized satellite regions. Expansion of infrastructure will include enrollment of 30% in key high-level skills in priority programs needed in our industrial-driven middle-level country. HEAT is also understanding the review of minimum of, HEAT is also going to review a minimum of 290 curricula to address current market demand and the developing of new ones in priority programs such as STEM, science, technology, and engineering and mathematics, medicine, water, tourism, and strengthening teacher education. Capacity building to university academic staff, teaching priority disciplines in the level of master's degree and a PhD, and the provision of short courses to university managements. It is also going to do digitalization of university campuses in terms of teaching and learning, as well as university operations.
Commissioner,
Yeah.
would 5 more minutes suffice? As we only have about 30 minutes to
Okay.
discuss.
No, thank you. Let me end up my presentation by saying there are also stronger and functional institutional structures which link education service provision across all levels, from basic education, vocational education, teacher training, and higher education. The government has established regulatory bodies, authorities like Quality Assurance Department for Basic Education, National Council for Technical and Vocational Education and the Training, and the Tanzania Commission for Universities for Higher Education. These bodies are responsible for the overall coordination and ensuring provision of quality education in Tanzania. Thank you for listening.
All right. Thank you very much. Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce to you Mr. Colin Bangai, Senior Education Advisor, FCDO. You might recall that the DFID had closed office and it was replaced by the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. It's good to have you there, Mr. Colin. You have about 30 minutes. I understand that there are Ministry of Education officials online, and I think someone else is in the room as well. So we have quite a good number that can address any issues that come up. Welcome.
Thank you very much. It's a considerable pleasure to be here amongst so many learned, enthusiastic, and thoughtful colleagues. And thank you, Acting Commissioner, Mr. Vanessa Manori, for a fantastic speech, which covered both the history, the process, and the future ambition across the whole of the education program in Tanzania. Really covered the what, the why, and the how. So thank you for an excellent speech. My job is to chair questions from the floor about the presentation that has just been given. As I understand, there are also ministry officials online able to field some of these questions. Before I start, I'd just like to request a couple of things. Firstly, to recognize the Acting Commissioner has been rather put on the spot here. I'm sure he didn't expect to be giving that presentation when he woke up this morning. So please recognize that. We're very privileged to get that input. The second thing is, in asking questions, could you please stand up and give us your name and the organization that you are coming from? And the third ask is, in order to maximize the questions that we come from across the audience, could we please keep the questions short, focused, with a question mark at the end of it? There's an awful temptation to give people your life story and why you've come to the position. What we really want is, what's your question, and to give space for other people to also ask questions. So please keep the questions nice and short and clear. With that, I'd like to open the floor for questions on a very comprehensive presentation that has just been given to us all, covering the ambition, going forward for Tanzanian education. So if people have questions, can you please put your hand up? And fantastic, gentleman here.
Yeah, asante Commissioner kwa hotuba nzuri ambayo umeiwakilisha hapo. Nilikuwa na maswali mawili. Swali langu la kwanza, kwa kuwa dunia inakwenda haraka zaidi kuliko elimu na elimu imeandikwa zamani, je, hakuna uwezekano ikawa baada ya miaka 2-3 maprofesa au walimu wenye elimu kubwa wakafanya renew kama ya leseni? Kwa sababu nauliza hilo swali kwa sababu kinachotupa shida sisi wabunge wakati mwingine majimboni, kunatokea mtafaruku kati ya mtu aliyesoma na hawakusoma, kwa sababu hawakusoma wamesafiri, wameenda China, wamekuta tofali wa China wanajenga na tofali labda la nchi 3. Huyu aliyesoma miaka 30 iliyopita kwenye engineering anatakiwa tofali la nchi 6 na ni shule na ni nyumba ya mwalimu, na wananchi wanaelekezwa, wanakataa kuchanga, wanasema mbona tumeanza kuona teknolojia mpya, nyie elimu yenu mbona hayo upgraded? Nafikiri unajaribu kunielewa swali langu kwamba dunia inakwenda haraka zaidi lakini elimu imeandikwa zamani. Je, hakuna uwezekano maprofesa nao wakawa na renew kama leseni za magari au za mawakili, kwamba kila miaka 3 au 4 wafanye renew ili kusudi tuone kama wamekuwa upgraded na dunia?
Okay, can I just translate that for the benefit of everyone? The Honorable Member of Parliament is saying that the world is moving at a very fast pace, and those who learned maybe a couple of years ago, professors and so forth, could they refresh their learning? It says within the constituencies, they're finding lots of discrepancies between those who are learned and not. And basically the question is, shouldn't professors and refresh their learning, because the world is moving at a very fast pace? As simple as that. We could probably move on to another question and cover maybe 3 or 4 or 5 hands. And anybody can pick that up, by the way. Use your mic.
The gentleman in the light blue shirt, followed by the lady in the dotted shirt, and then your immediate neighbor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, for a wonderful presentation. But then the presentation full of very good things that the education system is really working on. But when you go to the implementation part of it, you are not seeing exactly what the presentation is saying. Most of the learners in the schools are focusing on passing examination. So they stay in a classroom, be given material, waiting for examination, passing on that area, but then there's no skills. My question is, when is our education ministry will be ready to bring in the skill framework part to really translate the learning domains that we have in a way that a graduate from every level will be able to live without really waiting for employment? Thank you.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to recognize and recommend the government efforts. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Commissioner, for your presentation. I'll recommend and thank you for the government in improving education, specifically inclusive education. And my question is, I have heard that the government is currently reviewing the education and training policy, but also curriculums. My question is, how are these two processes linked to each other to ensure that the curriculum review process
will be well aligned with the reviewed education and training policy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Kobia David, the Regional Education Advisor for EOL program at Oxfam IBIS. My question is also relating to the curriculum review process. First of all, thank you, Commissioner, for that presentation. We've been able to catch a little bit of background of the education system in Tanzania. Now, relating to the ongoing curriculum review process, I would wish to know if there are efforts to decolonize the curriculum in terms of the foundational philosophy, the content, and the methods that you propose to use in the new curriculum. Because like you had in the morning session, there are inherent problems with our education systems in Africa that are heavily borrowing from the colonial kind of education that we inherited. So one way to address some of the problems that we are hearing and seeing is to deliberately decolonize our curricula. So we would really appreciate if you would let us know if there are efforts to that direction. Thank you.
So Commissioner, I think we have a question on professorial skills and keeping them up to date, graduate training and relevance, updating of the training program again, and decolonizing the curriculum. If you'd like to take those 4, and then we'll come up for a second round once you've taken those 4. Thank
you. Thank you. Nianze na Mheshimiwa mbunge wa Kahama, Mheshimiwa Jumanne Kishimba. Hakuna uwezekano wa kufanya renew maprofesa kwa sababu elimu inaenda haraka. Actually that has been our practice, and actually we are accelerating now. There is the so-called in-service teacher development, in-service teacher training. That is not only for, I mean, you are talking of building capacity, isn't it? It's not only for professors, and it is right from the pre-primary level, because knowledge is growing fast. Actually, of course, there are some subjects which are static. I mean, they have solid facts. But if you consider things like ICT and the other ICT or politics or other, there are some areas that change fast, some are static. So I want to assure you that we are doing that. And at the basic education level, we have introduced the teacher continuous professional development programs. We call in Kiswahili MEWAKA, mafunzo endelevu kwa walimu kazini. And we have injected a good amount of money there, and this is going to be continuous. And as I said, HEAT, the HEAT project for higher education is also going to do that, to build capacity. And nowadays, I mean, for the level of university, you are saying, some build their own capacity. You are sitting with the Professor Kitila there. Yeah, anaenda tu kwenye mtandao vitu vingine ana build capacity yeye mwenyewe. Hiyo usihofu kabisa. kuna short courses, kuna long courses na nini, tunaangalia vitu vyote hivyo. Ya passing examinations, when the nation will be ready to bring in the, you said our education is aiming at passing examinations. No, with these reviews we are doing, I'm sure we are coming with a very good system. We are going to have 1 year preschool, 6 years compulsory primary school education, and 4 years low secondary education. So from standard 1 to form 4 is going to take 10 years, basic and compulsory education. From form 1, we are going to have two streams. One academic stream for the bookish ones, and we are going to have a vocational stream. Of course, it is going to be optional anyway, but we are not going to have examinations as we used to have for standard 7. We are going to have assessments that will allow you to decide which route you take, academic or vocational. And these 6 years of standard 1 to 6 also are going to be vocationalized. I mean, zitakuwa na ufundi na zenyewe. Yeah, and we are expecting to have to change the assessment, the grading. Yeah, we are proposing to have 30% practical, I mean a continuous assessment, and the final examination is going to have 70% just for starting. But our aim is to have half, 50% continuous assessment and 50% final exam. So we are going to get rid with the examination-oriented schooling. Reviewing SERA and curriculum, I mean policy and the curriculum, how are they linked? Anyway, we recognize that police have to inform the curriculum. So we are doing them concurrently. I mean, tunazifanya zote kwa pamoja, but the two committees are communicating, yeah, to make sure that the curriculum, that is the drafts of the curriculum are going, I mean, are responding from the reviews of the police. And actually, the 2014 police was well written. We are going to review, I mean, to change, we are not going to write a new policy. We're just reviewing some parts that has that show that need change. Efforts to decolonize the curriculum. Yes, we are doing. We are thinking, Mzee Jumanne, at this stream, we are the vocational stream, technical and the vocational stream. We are not going to generalize Tanzania. If you are in Mwanza, we know that at the Lake region, you are doing something like fisheries, you are doing mining, you are doing another. So the content will consider the. I mean, we are going to localize the content. Yeah. So if you are learning about liver meander, you are not going to learn a liver in Europe. You are going to learn a Ruvu liver. So, or or Rufiji River. Of course, we are not going to be 100% national. Of course, we are going to consider even the regional and the international content. So I don't know if I have answered your question. Our aim is to decolonize the curriculum by doing so. Yeah, thank you.
You. Next round of questions. Okay, I'm trying to be fair to both sides. The lady here, please, followed by right at the back. I can see you, and then, gosh, there are so many people. 2 hands, extra effort. So, and then the young lady in the corner at the end there. And let's keep the questions short so we give more time for people to, other questions to come through. Thank you.
Asante. Kwa majina naitwa Noela Msuya, ninatokea Child Support Tanzania. Asante Kamishna kwa majibu ya maswali yaliyopita. Nilikuwa na swali la kwanza na maswali mawili. La kwanza nilikuwa nataka kujua serikali imejipangaje, kwa sababu nia kubwa ya elimu, hasa elimu jumuishi, ni kuondoa vikwazo ili watoto wote wajifunze katika mfumo ambao utakuwa una accommodate mahitaji yao. Imejipangaje kwa watoto haswa wenye ulemavu wa akili? Lakini wakati ukitoa majibu nikawa nimepata swali lingine la pili. Umesema kuwa kuanzia sekondari watoto watakuwa wanajifunza vocational skills as well, watakuwa na uwezo wa kuchagua kwa aende kwenye vocation au aende kwenye masomo ya kawaida. Kwa watoto wenye ulemavu wa akili wanahitaji kuanza mapema zaidi kufundishwa katika maeneo ambayo wao wako vizuri zaidi, kama ni kwenye vocational, kama ni kwenye art and craft na vitu vingine. Serikali imejipangaje kwa watoto hawa kwa ngazi ya chini, kwa sababu wanapoanza mapema na hata ukiangalia development yao iko tofauti na wengine. Wanapoanza mapema wana develop vizuri katika hizo areas. Kwa hiyo nilikuwa nataka kujua hicho. Asante.
And so two issues that she's come up with is, one is inclusive education and the strategies that the government has in place. And the second is the choice that students will have to either do vocational training or to go to regular secondary school. But with vocational training, they need the right facilities, the right environment, and so forth. And, you know, how are we ready to to put those in place? Briefly. Jamani, sio lazima tuulize maswali tu, tunaweza tukatoa mapendekezo kwa sababu maafisa wanaangalia online. And so we, if we have any recommendations, if you're from your country, if you wish to tell us what you've done as well, let's use this time. We have about 10 minutes. Let's continue with the hands.
Okay, a question from the back. Can we get a microphone to the back? And then I'm coming over here and to here.
Ready?
Okay, thank you. My name is Musa Mwanisori from Nanyumbu, Mtwara, Tanzania. I'm from certain organizations, that is Rural Education Tanzania, abbreviated RETA. When thinking the role of education at the key moment of a global transformation, we should look up among the key legislation as regard to the education in the national education. Is a National Educational Act of 1978 as amended in 1995 and 2002. This act is a primary on, it gives the primary law on education, and it guarantees compulsory primary education for a child who has reached the age of 7 years in its Article of 35. Here, I would like to know that, one, do we have the clear picture an educated person we need in our society? Do we have a clear picture of an educated person in our society? Two, can you draw the picture of an educated person in the society into our mind, that everyone can have the picture? We need an educated person with these qualities. And the last one is that our professors and the doctors can stand as an icon or a mark of an educated person or educated people in our society. Is our professors and the doctors
It's understood.
can
Asante.
stand? Okay,
Thank you.
thank
It's
you very
understood.
much.
Can I move the mic? All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sebabato Ntlamele. I am from the Mountain Kingdom of Lesotho. My question is actually a follow-up into the last round when Mr. Commissioner was talking about the curriculum. I just wanted to know if there's studies that's been done in other countries that have reformed their curriculum. I'm speaking because Lesotho has reformed its curriculum, and the adaptation of the new curriculum, getting people to understand how the benefits of the new curriculum has taken quite a long time. Even the phasing out from the old curriculum into the new curriculum has taken some time. So I wanted to know if Tanzania is doing anything to just learn from other countries and what's being done so that it can be better equipped. Thank you.
Okay, mine is rather an advice. Since our children have been running to urban areas after completing their studies, all the way from secondary to universities, because they kind of find they cannot fit in rural areas. How is the curriculum review we are going to consider that, to make sure that the knowledge and the skills our children are going to get will make them remain right where they are coming from, instead of running to urban areas, to towns and looking for jobs and becoming hawkers.
Thank you. Last question here, and then we'll give the Commissioner to answer.
So good afternoon to you all. My name is CPA Sandra Chogo. I used to be a doctor, but I'm now an accountant. And because of what I know, I'm now a trainer for the accountants in Africa. And I've recently been selected at the steering committee of the Commission for Science and Technology. And I've also written a book about what I know. So my question is, when do we allow the working class to share their knowledges with universities? We are the ones who see the different changes happening. We are the ones who see the different skills needed in the labor market. So I've been visiting various universities. It's not that easy. So this is one of my questions. But another one, we are now in.
Can we just stick to one question? Otherwise.
A very short one. Okay, a recommendation.
Very short question.
Yeah, very short. Yeah, so we are now in the 4th industrial revolution, and I've seen in the curriculum for Kenya, they are now doing coding. And this is my coding kit for my 8-year-old girl. So I was just thinking, it's not that difficult that we wait for the curriculum to be in place. We can just start from what we have. Thank you.
you. So we have a question on inclusive education from over here. Second question around, do we have a clear vision of what qualities and skills a graduate coming out of the new system will hold? Third question, have we learned anything? Has Tanzania learned from other countries? A fourth question about urban bias and how education may be alienating students from rural areas from living in and contributing to those areas. And a fifth question around democratization, ensuring working class views are heard in education, as well as a question around, does coding feature in the new Tanzanian curriculum? Lots of questions. I'm sorry, that awful lot of questions, tough ones.
Yeah, Collins, I'm going to cut in because the commissioner has probably 3 minutes. And one thing I'd like us to take note of, if you've scanned the program in the coming days, a lot of those issues are actually covered. We're going to be discussing them. So I see this as a teaser, the government presentation, the ministry presentation on the way forward. And we're going to be discussing a lot of those issues. And so I would actually request that you just quickly summarize, not everything that's been asked, but what you've picked up in your summary, presentations as we end the session.
Thank you. Je, serikali imejipangaje kwa watoto wenye ulemavu hasa wa akili? Sio wa akili tu. Tumejipanga kwa walemavu wote na tuna ile, we have a National Inclusive Strategy 2021 to 2026. We have the document, and with the current curriculum review tunatengeneza specific curriculum pia kwa watu wenye ulemavu mbalimbali. Details unaweza ukapata tukinani. Education Act, do you have a picture? Yes, we have a picture. That's why we are making reviews, so to have a picture of a clear picture of an educated of education in the society. We have the clear picture. That's why we are improving the policy. You know, the policy, you cannot change the act before you prepare the policy. So after the policy is approved, then we are going to review the act. Yeah. My sister from Lesotho, do you have? Yes, we did a documentary review of other countries, and we also involved our neighbors, Kenya. And so we had an experience from other countries, just to mention a few. Moving from villages to point taken, that's why we are localizing the curriculum so that people can see what is around them, whether you're in town or you're in the rural area. When do we allow the working class to share? You are welcome. You are welcome to the. We share with many stakeholders. You just bring the book. There is a laid down procedure. Thank you. On coding, we are coming with the computer science subject from 1 to Form 6. We are going to teach coding also. Yeah. Thank you.
Very much, Commissioner. I think that brings the end to this session. I'd like to thank all the audience for the excellent questions, but also to apologize. I know there were lots of eager arms up there and I didn't reach everybody. My apologies for that, but time did not allow. So thank you once again. I'm sure these issues will come up in future sessions. So save the questions, they will be used and they will be heard. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good one, Colin. Thank you very much. Assistant Commissioner, we appreciate your presentation. It does actually set us up quite a lot. I mean, if you truly scan the program, looking at day number 3, I believe, if I may, yes, it's day number 3. The second topic in the morning, leveraging technology for learning, bridging the digital divide in education in Africa, the context, inclusivity as well tomorrow. So I think a lot of the issues are covered, financing and so forth. I think this was a good setup for what we'll be discussing. Now, I have a recommendation. I'm not sure how it's going to go, but it feels like day 1 is pretty much tuning in. And then the rest of the days with the smaller sessions, we are pretty much responding and giving, we're sharing experiences. And so as we move into the next session, before we wrap, we have Professor Kitila Mkumbo. May I please welcome you with our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Member of Parliament, Ubungo constituency. Mheshimiwa, we're not in Ubungo, we're in Ilala here. Is that right? Sometimes I don't understand my own constituencies in Dar es Salaam. Karibu, please. You are leading this very important session. Karibu sana. Yeah, tafadhali, tafadhali. So as the professor is coming up, an example of Msomi, a learned person in Tanzania, right? If you ever need one, to ever meet one. May I remind you that we have an application, Summit Point. Some of us are using it very well. Park your questions and issues here. We will see these, we'll take them, we'll copy them and send them to the relevant presenters or panelists, and then they can quickly cover those without even asking us any questions. And so, for example, one of them is, good evening, everyone. I have a question I would like to share with you in attendance. According to the theme of the conference today, which is the position of the children living in extreme poverty to acquire quality education. You see, so write your thoughts on the application. And later, as we wind down, I'll let you know how to download it and how to register. It's pretty easy. It's called Summit Point, and it is a blue icon if you look for it on either Play Store or iStore. Asante. Professor, karibu sana. The floor is all yours. You're taking us to the end of the day. Karibu.
Jamani, habari za jioni. Now, I'm here to moderate a very interesting session which is going to bring together policymakers and policy implementers, the peers from different countries who are attending this conference. And I was going to begin by inviting them to join me in this floor. I have 4 names, and I want to begin with the host, Honorable Ali Hamis Juma, who is the Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Education in Zanzibar. Karibu sana, Mheshimiwa. Let me also introduce and invite Mheshimiwa Honorable Masocha Sipiman Kent, who is the Chief Director, Curriculum Development and Technical Services, Ministry of Primary and Secondary Education, Republic of Zimbabwe. He is representing the PS for Zimbabwe. Karibu sana. I know you have been able to pick some 2, 3, 4 words in Kiswahili since you arrived here. Let me also introduce and invite Mrs. Priska Simukenda, who is the Director of Standards and Curriculum, Minister of Education in Zambia, who is representing the PS Minister of Education in Zambia. Karibu sana. And let me also invite and introduce Mr. Omot Okoni Olok, Director General for the National Curriculum Development Center, Minister of General Education and Instruction, Republic of South Sudan, who is representing the PS. I did not see the PS Minister of Education, Science and Technology, so I assume that he or she is not here, but I think he has been ably represented by the acting commissioner there. Those are the 5 PS that I was expecting them on table, so we have 4 of them. And I'm very privileged to be moderating this session. Not many people get the opportunity to be moderating this very high level panel. How do you ask these? These are my bosses, like the PS for Zanzibar. He's my boss. Let me begin by giving you this very small quotation from Mwalimu Nyerere. Mwalimu Nyerere, a few days before he was flown to London to Thomas Hospital, he made this statement about education. And he said, this is when he was, this was the last talk from him on education. And he made this one at the Open University of Tanzania when he was receiving the honorary doctorate degree. This is what he said. We cannot exaggerate the importance of education to the continued independence of our country and the future well-being of its people. Knowledge is power, and those who have it within nations and between nations will always tend to use it against those who do not have it. The instrument of domination of the future is going to be education. The instrument of domination of the future is going to be education. As you know where we are coming from, the instrument of domination was having heavy weaponry. Countries with very heavy weapons were the countries that were very powerful. Where we are going and where we are probably already, countries that are very powerful are countries with powerful education system, which is why a small country like Israel, whose size is like Tanga region, half of it is a desert, is a very powerful country. One reason why it is very powerful, it is because of the education system. It is producing very highly qualified people who are dominating this world. Okay, I'm not making the presentation. Let me move straight to my colleagues who are here. I'll be asking them some few questions, and later on, I will also invite you to ask them questions, because these are our governments. These are the guys who make our education systems in our country. They make the education policies. So these are the right people that we should shoot our questions to them. And they are from African countries. And we are trying to look at the role of education system in the global transformation, which means that the world is transforming. So what is the place and role of education there? Do we see any role for that matter? And I wanted to begin by reminding ourselves that a few months ago, many countries in Africa, as in the world, had their school system closed because of the COVID-19. So the very first question that I was going to ask my colleagues here is, how prepared our countries' education systems to cope with such eventualities like COVID-19, if it happens in the future? It may not be COVID, but any other crisis of a similar nature. Have we learned any lessons on how we could our education systems cope and survive in the context of such a crisis? I wanted to begin with my colleague from the Republic of South Sudan. Karib sir. Is it my James Pachate? They're only 3. Okay, so. Yeah, okay, good.
Good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As the question concerned, I have to go directly to answer the question. How education system in South Sudan mitigated the COVID-19 pandemic. In South Sudan, we have about 4 factors that affected our education system. We have the conflict, which make many people internal displaced, refugees somewhere in Uganda, even in Kenya, in Sudan, Ethiopia. And we have the flooding, which is affected most of our 3/4 of our states. And we have economic crisis that facing our country. All these factors are factors that affected education in South Sudan. But during the COVID-19, South Sudan, I think, is the only country in Africa that closed only for 6 months. We closed our school only for 6 months. After 6 months, we invited the finalists, that is primary 8 and senior 4, to come back for the examination. After all the measures of disinfection and wash facilities has been actually supplied to schools. Then when we observed, we found out that nothing happened to the finalist student. So after the examinations, we called to reopen all the schools for the rest of the students. Before the opening of the school, we introduced what is called education on air, whereby teachers are trained on how to write scripts and then shooting of the scripts on TV and radio. For the hard-to-reach areas, we provided radios, because we are still having some remote areas that not be reached simply by the TV, South Sudan TV or South Sudan radio. So we provide those with some radios so that the children from hard-to-reach area benefit from the program of on-air education.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers and Tanzania for hosting us and giving us an opportunity as Zambia to share some of the experiences in education provision. I'm here representing the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education. When we were hit by COVID-19 pandemic, I'm sure very few countries would say that they were prepared. When we reviewed the curriculum also in Zambia, and we implemented the first phase in 2014, selected grades. And some of the reasons for reviewing the curriculum was to incorporate the current trends in provision of education. And one of them is the provision of ICT skills. So we included right from ECE, where we expose our learners to the playing materials that are computer games, so that they start picking up the appreciation through primary schools, introduction to ICT concepts, and then they move on to junior secondary, where they pick it up as a subject in computer studies, which is supposed to be compulsory. And then senior sections, section secondary, it is an option subject, believing that by 9 years in school, they would have picked up the basic skills that are required. However, that is what is in the curriculum, but we have not implemented that aspect 100% because of certain challenges that include not having adequate ICT infrastructure, especially in the rural schools, and the appropriate equipment and specialized room to teach their computer studies as a practical subject. So we had started, but the pace was very slow to try and see if we can empower the teachers to present their lessons beyond the face-to-face classroom using the ICT concepts. But when we were hit by COVID-19, I think we were caught unaware, and the need to ensure that our learners continued learning was so much expressed and felt. We tried by adjusting the school calendar, trying to catch up for the days. But when we had a closure that lasted for about 5 to 6 months, it wasn't possible. And I think that opened our eyes. As a ministry, we had a COVID response plan in place, and where we saw a number of partners and the stakeholders come on board to help us mitigate the effects of COVID-19 pandemic. That also included the prolonged school closures. This saw a lot of support that also resulted in our teachers being capacity built in certain pedagogical approaches to be able to manage learning during the closures online. And we also enhanced the provision of lessons, not using the face-to-face classroom, but through a directorate of open and distance education that coordinated alternative modes of education provision. We lobbied for opening a channel for education on some of our providers and enhancing the provision of lessons through the community radio stations, as well as the national broadcasting services. But indeed, we were not prepared, but we did the best that we could at the prevailing situations. Going forward, one item we have on the table is to move away from depending on face-to-face classroom instruction. How are we going to use ICT? We are in the digital world, and we have seen that our teachers have continued in giving assignments to our learners. They are able to send work through whatever gadgets that they can get hold of. And as a ministry, we are moving towards improving the infrastructure in ICT. We have projects that are focusing on rural electrification or provision of solar power to the rural schools, and trying to enhance the provision of the appropriate equipment. Computer studies being compulsory up to grade 9. The provision of computers as teaching and learning materials is one of the key priorities that we have picked on. Of course, it goes along with the capacity building the teachers to ensure that they use ICT to enhance the teaching and learning processes. There were a lot that we did, but I think in the nutshell, talking about issues that focused on teaching and learning, that's how we tried to manage the situation.
Thank
Thank you.
That is quite revealing. I saw the magic there was the issue of ICT integration in the teaching and learning processes. Mr. Masocha from Zimbabwe, any experience there, this particular subject?
Thank you very much, Moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Zimbabwe was also affected by COVID-19 pandemic, where during the first phase, the country was on lockdowns and the learners did not have an opportunity to attend face-to-face instruction. So as a government, we were able to get the opportunity of enhancing digital learning, mostly as television and radio lessons. We're also in a position to be able to develop and print modules and other print media, which were distributed to our pupils, and they were able to study whilst at home. The government and also developmental partners were able to provide ICT gadgets so that they could use them whilst at home to learn and also respond to assignments that were given by teachers. And then when lockdowns were lessened a bit, we went back to school where we managed to produce standard operations procedures which were within the framework of the World Health Organization protocols. And these were continuously monitored, not only by the central government, but also by our decentralized structures, like the district schools inspectors, the provincial education personnel, and also the Ministry of Health. We also managed to link each of our schools to a health facility, a nearby clinic, which would also come and monitor the situation and assist wherever necessary. Pupils who were affected by COVID-19 were isolated, and we made sure that they would also receive instruction whilst in the isolation centers or rooms. We went further to make sure that we provide water and all the personal protective equipment, not only to pupils, but also to teachers. We also managed to come up with other alternative learning strategies, like the blended learning approach, the catch-up strategy, since our pupils had lost a lot of time. We also managed to ensure we implement continuous capacity development for our teachers, because most of them were ICT deficiency. So they needed an upgrading in terms of the use of ICT gadgets. And lastly, we also managed to take on board disaster risk resilient management, where we are preparing our peoples, our schools, the communities, and everyone involved in terms of being prepared whenever a disaster happens. We have had a nasty experience, and we are taking steps to ensure that whatever pandemic comes in future, we are ready, so that at least the casualties will not be as many as what we realized during COVID-19, and also the cyclones that we have encountered in Zimbabwe. In a nutshell, this is how we responded to COVID-19, where we had challenges and opportunities, and we have learned a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally now, for my colleague, Mr. Ali from Zanzibar, I'm sure he can also speak the experience of Tanzania General, because I know you work with your colleague here very regularly. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Professor. I think Zanzibar was a bit lucky. Before COVID, we had a media center, educational media center. And we were already producing digital contents at the center, of which later we wanted to have YouTube channel so that we could use them to our kids. But when it hit, the COVID hit, then those contents which were already made, they were broadcasted through the TV, Central TV, and national radio plus community radios. So when COVID came, somehow we were ready for it. Not fully, but somehow, because not all contents were already made. But as we are speaking now, we are much more better than we were before, because now we have what I call TV, education TV of our own, owned by the ministry, and the radio also. So we've got a FM channel radio for us, for ourselves, and the TV. So at the beginning, we were not prepared for it, but we had already moved towards a digital kind of a platform. And some contents were already made. So we use those contents to be broadcasted through other means. But now we are ready even to, we are not only even, but we are broadcasting ourselves. What we are producing, we are broadcasting at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, thank you for those comments. For Tanzania, as you know, just an additional point to what Mr. Ali says, this country, we closed school only briefly. We adopted a no lockdown policy. So for most of the time, our schools went on uninterruptedly because we did not lock down here. So things continued operating pretty much fairly normal, especially in the school system. I think that is also another very different experience. Otherwise, just like what Mr. Ali said, the question of ICT was very instrumental. I will ask one more question that I will also invite the members of the public to also raise their questions and their comments to our principals here. I want a little bit to ask them to also discuss the question of investment. It is very clear. I've read the conference theme and the concept note, but it is also clear from evidence globally that what makes a difference in education is actually how much you're investing, and especially investment in early childhood education, because that is the foundation for later learning. And I wanted to ask our principals here, from the experience of their respective countries, how much are their governments and their countries generally investing in education, but particularly in early childhood education, because that is the indicator of how much you are prioritizing education as a sector in your economic development. So I want to begin this time with my colleague from Zimbabwe, and then I'll proceed this way.
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, in Zimbabwe, the government is putting on almost 13% of its annual budget to primary and secondary education. That is from ECDA up to Form 6. I don't have the figures in terms of how much is exactly.
But 30% of the budget.
Yeah, it's 13% of the budget from ECDA up to Form 6. And then there are some other measures that it takes to ensure inclusive, equitable, and quality education, like giving each of the learners a homegrown school feeding program to encourage them to come to school continuously. We also have for the girl child sanitary wear, which is provided by the government. And we also make sure that as a government, we provide adequate and well-located schools, which are modern schools for the 21st century education.
And what is the status of early childhood education enrollment in your education system?
Each primary school is supposed to have an infant education from ECDA up to grade 2. And it's mandatory that all children of the appropriate age are enrolled at each of the primary schools.
How far away from being universal in terms of early childhood education? Are we close to being universal, or is it universal now, or we still have some distance to go?
Come again?
Is it universal? Is it every credit you're supposed to go to pre-primary is going?
Yeah, it's universal because the government provides basic education assistant module funds for the vulnerables, funds for the orphaned, and funds for those who are from poor families. So it's almost like everyone is taken up on board because the government assists as much as is possible.
And lastly, in terms of investment, between how much money is going to teachers, school infrastructure, and the kids in terms of distribution, roughly, I know you don't have the figures here, but in terms of investment, how much money is it going to teachers? And say, for example, to school infrastructure. And I'm asking that question because we know from evidence, the single most important factor in driving learning is teachers. So how much money are we giving teachers in terms of the 30% of the budget?
Well, in terms of the budget for Ministry of Primary and Secondary Education, much goes to the payment of teachers' salaries. Yes, yes. And then in terms of school infrastructure, the government comes in, and we are also promoting private-public partnerships. The donors or the development partners also come in terms of assisting in terms of school infrastructure, where they build wash facilities for the schools, where they build laboratories for the schools, where they also assist in completing whatever infrastructure would have been done by the parents. The communities also come on board to make sure that school infrastructure is adequate for their pupils.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. PS from Zanzibar, please.
I think there are two ways I could explain. One being that it's mandatory pre-primary schools. Even when we had no infrastructure, we introduced what's so-called tutu. There were centers in villages that villages themselves manage those schools because we wanted every child to go through pre-primary school education. So that was one. And during, along the courses of our development, we are now building formal pre-primary schools, of which there are 5 rooms in each place where kids are. That's what we are having now. So if you talk about pre-primary, that's what we do. But again, we have got another way of doing. Recently, we have started to build schools, primary schools, with labs. Intentionally, that we invest in science while kids are in standard 1, standard 2, standard 3. So it's another kind of investment that we are putting into a system that kids now starts understanding and feel what it is, science. So these are the 2 areas. The third one, the question you have asked my brother here is how much money, how much percentages we are putting into 3 areas. But I would say more than 50% goes to teachers in 2 terms, not only salary. Salary is one aspect. The other aspect is continuous training. We have training every day. We train teachers. We've got teacher centers in every district. They keep on looking at the teachers' performances, and they're bringing in training continuously. So money goes to the salary and money goes to the training. So we put more money or percentage of money into their welfare of the teachers.
Thank you. Madam Priska, Zambia.
Thank you so much. For Zambia, early childhood education is one of the priority focus for the ministry. This is because we have a background where early childhood education was initially not coordinated by the government. It was under the local authorities and the private sector. But in 2014, it was taken on board, and we see that we started making the first steps, though we are not there. For 2014 is a little bit quite recent for the Ministry of Education. And because of that, to accelerate the provision of ECE, what we did was to ensure that the primary schools that were able to provide for ECE, the ECE centers were annexed to primary schools. And that's the scenario that we have in most of the public schools, in addition to the centers that are in the private sectors. And we saw that initially the enrollments at ECE were very low. So we are increasing access to ECE through establishment of ECE centers. We have big construction projects, and we are also trying to relook at the ECE education standards to ensure that we provide quality ECE. And just to focus well on this, we have partners and we are implementing a project which is called the ZEAL project. This one is enhancing early childhood education. And this project has the funding amounting to about $39 million, $39 million. And in there, we hope that we'll be able to achieve a lot of targets and increase access at least up to about 50% of the grade 1 learners, those that are entering grade 1, to have ECE experience, because access is not so much. So not every child who is entering in grade 1 has ECE experience, but the aspirations are that we need to have every child have ECE experience, appreciating that actually it helps form a very solid and good background for onward learning. But in the immediate, our target is at least 50% under the ZEAL project. And also we had the teacher recruitment. The ECE teachers were not left out. We had about 2,000, over 2,000 ECE teachers recruited. All this is trying to ensure that we increase access and we provide quality ECE and also handle equity issues at the same time. But cutting across, we are also trying to improve on the efficiency and effectiveness of provision of ECE. I think that's a story for Zambia.
Thank you, Mr. Okot. Republic of Sudan.
Thank you very much. Before 2012, the early childhood education was not considered in our education ladder. But when we revised our curriculum in 2012, we consider the early childhood as one of the level in the ladder of education. So our system, our education system is going like 2 years in early child, 8 years in primary, and 4 years in secondary. The government, according to our education bill, we are supposed to be given at least 10% of the national budget. But due to economic crisis, we are not receiving this percentage. So this 10%, sometimes we can get 6, 5%. And 80% of this amount is going to salary of teachers and operation in the states. We have 10 states and 3 administrative areas. So the 80% of national budget of education is going to the state as salaries and operation for teachers. 20% is what I mean in the headquarters. Early childhood is one of the directors under the basic and secondary education. So allocation, there is no actually, allocation is allocated according to activities. What activities do you have and how much your activity can cost? And then now you'll be allocated. And this money are not found from the finance. We are not getting it. But fortunately enough, we have a good Samaritan, our partners, that are the one actually supporting the education, especially early childhood education. And we have come up with a policy that every school, every primary school must annex to it 2 classes for early childhood. Must annex to it 2 classes for early childhood, so that it become a responsibility of the government. We have some private or faith-based early childhood education run by faith-based or private school. But now the policy is that every school, every primary school must have 2 classes of early childhood education.
I will take a break there and invite you, members of this conference, if you have any questions to any of the 4 principals here, you wanted to ask them, it will be very good. Honorable MP, Karib, sir. It's okay. It was okay. Just put on. When it is ready, then that it's ready. Put on. So you can talk.
Thank you very much. I have a question to ask to the panelists regarding education financing models. To what extent are our governments embarking on a domestic resource mobilization as a way of investing in education? And also the issue of taxation. To what extent are our governments collecting taxes specifically to finance education? Thank you.
You can collect it, then later you will respond. Yes, Madam Lydia.
Thank you very much. Talking of education during emergencies, thank you for your enlightening experience. I think it's a good opportunity to share knowledge and as we build the future of uncertain. So I just wanted to follow up on how specifically are you looking at the fact that technology and IC can bring about divide. I'm talking about this because our experience during COVID, we had a cohort of girls that we were supporting, and we support girls from marginalized communities. We had close to 10,000 of them. And from the data that we discovered is that 21% only were living in household with the television. So PS Zanzibar, it's a great initiative to have materials through TV, but we might also want to look specifically on the lower quintile children so that we are not leaving them behind, because our findings showed that only 21% had access to TV, only 38% were household with radio, 38% were household with radio, only 24% were household in which at least one family member had a smartphone. So even the content that we push through smartphone, only 24% had at least one family member who had smartphone. And this was quite different between urban and rural. Even within urban areas, there is children who are coming from marginalized community in urban areas who might not have access to smartphone, who might not have access to radio, or might not have access to TV. So as we design education in emergencies and leveraging the upcoming technology and everything, we want to consider the fact that there are children who might not be left out, even when we leverage technology. So in the design of education during emergencies, it's very important that we bring that on the table and we critically think, actually know who are these people so that we can design education emergencies that can save them. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me see if there is a hand here. I will pick 2 hands here. Hapa, hapo. Please, Karib.
Asante. My name again is CPA Sandra Chogo. So there are these 2 words, digitization and digitalization. Most of the time, we talk more of ICT as a tool for education, but with the coming of the 4th industrial revolution, it is more than ICT. ICT only sets the platform. And in the 4th industrial revolution, we have 25+ technologies, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, robotics, to mention a few. So my worry is 4IR is affecting all the professionals, from accounting to human resource and the like. if we are not, and the fourth industrial revolution is moving exponentially. So I would like to give an advice that maybe they should be, we should be looking at them equally, the ICT and the fourth industrial
Of course,
revolution.
sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any further hand here. I will move to this one here. I will pick only two hands. So the lady and the gentleman here. Let us begin with the lady there.
Thank you. My name is Neema Karola. I work for Site Service as Global Advocacy Officer. My question is, I appreciate the experience shared by all the representatives from the government on what you guys have been doing and what you're going to do now, considering the disaster for pandemics like COVID. I want to hear from you, what do you want to do differently, especially targeting children with disabilities? I appreciate the experience shared from Zanzibar. I'd like to hear more in terms of how and what have you done differently targeting children with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Mine is Boaz Waruku. That's the name. I want to follow up with my brother from Zimbabwe, particularly on the financing of the education. Listening to you, you talked about 30%. That's 30% of the annual national budget being allocated to education. I would be very keen to understand a little bit more of that, whether all that is usually spent in education. And you talked about primary and secondary. So what is then the percentage that you allocate to higher education? And I also wanted to follow up with the Mheshimiwa from South Sudan on the curriculum, because I think within this conference, probably South Sudan is the latest to emerge with the new curriculum. And I think after the launch, I had the privilege to be there to witness a number of things, how it was being developed. I would just be keen to get a gist of whether the review is being done since then, and what progress is really being generated, because I think at the time of developing this, the situation in Southern Sudan was a little bit so very calm and all that, but then you went through some turbulence. How did that affect the implementation of that curriculum? Thank you.
One last question here. If there is, I see two hands. I'll allow both of you. If you can be very short. And one of you can begin. Anyone, any of you can begin.
Thank you so much. My name is Ador from South Sudan. Just to follow up on the question of education in emergencies, I would want to link it to specifically for Tanzania. Is there something you would want to tell this conference about the education for refugees?
Education for what?
Education for refugees in Tanzania, for example. Is there something you'd want to speak about into that? Thank you.
Right.
I'm Angelo Lobang, also from South Sudan. I hear from many countries, all those presenters here, they mentioned something about ECD, because ECD is a foundation. And if we don't invest more in foundation, how do we ensure the quality of education that children will continue to access in primary? So my question is it good that across the board, all the countries presented here said they have prioritized, because each primary school has an ECD. But then now, the question that will come that I wanted to ask clearly is, how do we take up in terms of the prioritization, in terms of allocation? Because now allocation from each country is not clear. How much do we allocate for ECD as a foundational aspect in education? Then the other element is, what do we do as different countries, different ministries, in terms of ensuring, access to all? Because in some of the countries like South Sudan, you imagine it's only those who can afford, because early child education become more expensive compared to others. And other country, other people do not access, other children do not access, even in the cities. How do we ensure access to all? These are the two questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So you have the floor, but feel free to pick any question. I think we have 7 questions. There is no way you can answer all of them. So please feel free to pick any one of those questions and can respond. But I know, Mr. Okot, you have had very specific questions to your country. So those ones you can respond, but otherwise, the other colleagues, don't attempt to answer all the questions. Just pick 1, maximum 2, but please not more than 2. Can we begin with you, please? Zimbabwe. Mr. Masocha.
Thank you very much. I will firstly pick on the domestic financing of education. I think Zimbabwe is managed to finance its education since we got independence in 1980. It has been assisting as much as is possible all the vulnerable peoples through a number of programs. The first one that I mentioned is the Basic Education Assistance Module, which is aimed at those who are vulnerable and who are prone to dropping out of school. It is also taken on board what we call grant in aid of tuition, where it is again providing funding for those who are unable to continue with their education, including the girl child. And this year, it is putting policies in place so that beginning January 2023, it is able to provide state-funded education from ECDA up to Form 4. The logistics are yet to be finalized. And as we do our budget for 2023, we'll take cognizance of this initiative. I said the government is providing 13%, not 30, 13 of its annual budget to education. And that goes for primary and secondary education, and also to our sister ministry, which is the Ministry of Higher and Tertiary Education, Innovation, Science, and Technology. And in these 2 ministries, the government is ensuring that it provides adequate for capital projects, especially in terms of new schools, new universities, new polytechnics, and new teachers' colleges, and also providing retooling of whatever is already there in these institutions of education. And then lastly, on ECD, we are prioritizing, as the gentleman has said, to make sure that from ECDA up to grade 2, our pupils manage to get the foundational skills that are needed. And these are in terms of literacy and numeracy skills. And as Zimbabwe, we carry out after 2 years what we call Zimbabwe Early Learning Assessment, where we measure the progress in terms of implementation of the acquisition of these foundational skills. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for that experience. I think that is a very important, because many people understood it was 30%, 30. And that would have been way further than the target set by African Union. So thank you for the clarification. But I also like your experience on what you're doing in terms of early childhood assessment. I think there is a lot of things to learn from Zimbabwe. Mr. Ali, please.
Yes, Chair. I think my sister here spoke about percentages of people having TV, radio is so low. I think in Zanzibar, these percentages are much higher than 21 and 38%. However, in some remote areas, through partners, we managed to provide what's so-called solar power gadgets, of which solar cow gadgets, of which these gadgets have 3 functions. One, a torch 2, a radio, and 3, you can use it to charge your phone if you have. So in schools, they've got a center whereby in the morning they bring those solar cow for charging. And then when they go home, they can use for the whole night. Next morning, they bring back. So radio, where it was not possible, they can use this solar cow. As I said, percentages of radio and TV in Zanzibar is much higher than 21 and 38. About children with disability, let me talk about inclusive education in Zanzibar. We've started providing education for disability kids quite some time, but let me declare one thing. I joined Ministry of Education 1.5 years ago, so I wasn't part of this, but as we're standing now, we have already built 2 centers for people with a disability, whereby they'll be living there. Previously, we were supporting them from standard 1 to standard 3. And standard 4 and the rest, they join normal schools. But this time around, we've already started, we built these 2 schools, centers, whereby they are going to live, and the whole primary school education, they can be provided within those centers. And we are thinking, of course, afterwards, that it should go up to Form 6. So talking about people with kids with disability, we have planned to make sure that they are provided with facilities from pre-primary to Form 6. And by this year, those 2 centers, they will have secondary school facilities. And as we're speaking now, we have only primary school facilities with the dormitories and the like. The last thing is access. In Zanzibar, access is almost 88%. And in some places, it goes up above 126. And why this happened? Before, we had a problem of enrollment, but when it was declared that it will be free, fully free, no at all contributions from the parents, then the enrollment went so high. Actually, it became a problem because facilities are not enough. So we have got classes with 120, 200 kids because of the rise of enrollment. I think there are more I can talk, but time is not on our side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yes, thank you very much. Mrs. Priska Mkenda, Zambia.
Thank you very much. I want to talk a bit about the access and the financing education. For Zambia, I'm sure we are all aware that 2022 has seen a number of milestones in the provision of education. To begin with, in January, we implemented the free education, and this was an extension from just free primary education, but extending from ECE to secondary education. Though we had the free primary education pronounced, it was the policy was not supported that much, and we had implementation challenges. But effective January 2022, school fees that stood as a barrier, especially to the vulnerable learners, were taken away, and the government has taken up that responsibility through provision of grants to the schools. And for the primary schools, the amount of grants that they are receiving has actually doubled. The government has even gone to the extent of even paying examination fees for the learners that were paying exam fees, implying that all a parent needs to do is to send the child to school. Through constituency development funds, these are funds that are given to the constituencies the local communities to handle developmental issues and other needs in the communities. And this is where we see that there are bursaries provision for the learners because the boarding fee of that is 1,000 kwacha, equivalent to I don't know how many dollars now. Our dollar is at about 16 kwacha to $1. So 1,000 kwacha, that is the standardized boarding fee. And the vulnerable learners are being assisted through the bursaries. The government is administering bursaries through the government, Ministry of Education, as well as through constituency development funds. And this has seen a lot of learners that had even dropped off schools, stopped, and now they are coming. And we have scored on success. Now we are addressing more issues of quality, because our classes are full. The response to the pronouncement of free education has been very, very positive at primary and secondary. And at tertiary level, we have the bursaries again being administered, as well as the loans to students in tertiary institutions and universities. So I think that is a strategy that the government is using in Zambia to increase access. And the provision of education in Zambia is done through 4 thematic areas. So access is one of the areas, then there's quality, equity, and the 4th one is efficiency and effectiveness. So we have just 2022, we have seen a lot of big things that has happened. That includes the recruitment of 30,496 teachers. 30,496 teachers for ECE, primary and secondary. I'm sure you can already see that the government is prioritizing education. This has just happened in 2022, though we've had teacher recruitments in the previous years, but we've handled the biggest number this year, which shows government commitment to financing education, and that will go a long way in bridging some of the challenges that we have, including inadequate teachers, especially in rural areas. Then allow me also to speak to, I think, the issues that came from my lady from CAMFED, what we did during the COVID-19 pandemic. Yes, I indicated, even as Zambia, that we were not ready, we were caught unaware, but this is in the midst of Ministry of Education having education broadcasting services and a TV station. But when we were hit by the COVID-19 pandemic and we needed to continue learning, then we saw that we needed to scale up these services, the alternative modes of provision of education. We also had already content that was developed, so we just had to scale up a lot of issues and lobbied for the other channels to be given exclusively for the teaching and learning activities. But we went further when we saw that what we had was inadequate. The e-learning portal was launched, and this assisted the learners also in keeping in tune with the classroom content through revisions. And we also lobbied the local radio stations to be on board in providing teaching and learning materials. But indeed, true to the findings of the research, that very few learners were able to access these lessons. We also developed self-learning materials with the support of partners that were accessed by the learners where they were not able to have the online lessons, and also some gadgets that at least could be packaged with the content so that even offline they were able to access the school content. And that was a very big wake-up call. Right now, what is happening is scaling up a lot of alternative modes for provision of education so that we don't just depend on face-to-face. We are still focusing on building the ICT infrastructure in rural areas, such that even using the powered by solar, they can still be able to use this gadget and be in tune with the curriculum content. The ICT that is provided for in our curriculum is to give the learners the skills such that they should be able to benefit from the digital learning platforms. And as a ministry, we are partnering with ZICTA to try and develop digital learning platforms. Some departments have gone ahead, and this is just proving to be the way to go. We are working on it so that come any pandemic or any disturbance to the face-to-face mode of giving instructions, we want to be equipped so that we don't go through the challenges that we had during the COVID pandemic. Alongside, the teachers are also being capacity built in delivering the online or the digital lessons. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. And finally, Mr. Olok.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, I will go to domestic resources. Why government is not investing in education, the domestic resources. Of course, these are revenues, and revenues go to the national pool as a part of the budget. We get it indirectly. When our budget is approved and released, then this is where we can get it indirectly. But there is no domestic resources that allocated to education. No. Conflicts affected the implementation of the curriculum. That's true. We started the review in 2012, but 2013 we went back to war. In 2014, 2016, we finished the curriculum framework, and we developed the syllabuses. Then in 2016, again, another war. 2017, we developed all the materials. 18, the material were printed. And then 2019, we want to implement the first phase of implementation. We were actually caught in the middle of 19, according to COVID. So the new curriculum is now implemented in 2022. It is now the implementation in 2022 in all classes. It has delayed a lot because of all these conflicts and problems. It has really affected the implementation of the new curriculum. Look, since 2012 up to 2022, this is a long distance. Of course, ICD, ECD, I have mentioned that the government has come up with a policy. In every primary, they should construct 2 classes for ECD. Because in our constitution, National Interim Constitution of South Sudan is saying that the education is free and compulsory from ECD up to secondary. So the parents are suffering from private ECD schools. That's why the government came up with policy that there should be 2 classes in every school, so that those children or the parent will not suffer by paying a lot of a school fees. This is why we have made that policy, so that the ECD now will be owned by the government and not by private. And those who will go to private, there will be their own agenda. But we want to own the ECD so that the education for them should be free and compulsory.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My panelists, you agree with me that their experiences shared in this panel has been very useful, very enlightening. We have learned how the education systems in different countries in Africa are trying to influence the affairs of their countries and what's the role of education in those countries in different parameters. And I wanted to end the panel there. And I wanted to ask you to join me in thanking them very much for their inputs and their insights in this way. Karibuni sana. And I also want to thank you very much for your attentiveness throughout the session. And of course, I also thank once more the organizers for giving the opportunity to, to facilitate this particular session. And I hope I've done justice to them. And with that note, simnipigie makofi, nimefanya vizuri. Maana mnipigie sana. Thank you very much.
All right, please do not rise. Please take your seats once again. And there's nothing wrong. It's been a fantastic end of day session, hasn't it? Very informative, as you've said yourself, and you've carried it tremendously well. Thank you very much. We expected that from you, and you've delivered. We thank you so much. And now I'm going to request the Secretariat to come take a picture with you. So that's a bonus to how well the session has been run. But also it is our appreciation of the to the member countries and the PSs, both locally and also our regional partners, for coming through. You are the engines of the ministries. And so all these issues actually rest within your hands or your hearts. And so here comes the Secretariat. Watoto wetu, hamjambo? Siku ndefu sisi wazee tunazungumza mambo yetu Kungekuwa na kiwanja cha kucheza hapo nje tungekuwa tunawatoa kidogo, lakini ndio hivyo tena. Secretariat, please. Nimeomba hii picha, you requested for this very special picture. Come through. And we come to the close of the day. Tunaelekea mwisho. Kwa hiyo sasa, walimu, nitaomba watoto wetu watufungie shughuli hii, siku yetu ya kwanza, uzinduzi wetu, na haya ambayo tumeyajadili kwa wimbo maalum. Naomba tafadhali tuwaandae watoto waje hapa mbele. Mara hii watapanda juu ya jukwaa. And so we're going to close off with our children. They'll sing us a special song, and we will close it. Tomorrow, if you're looking at your application, I already have a message for you. You can come in early. We have tea ready for you. We'd like to do a recap just before 8:30. So if you would have your tea, come inside. We'll do a recap and we'll start right on time. I'm told the first session tomorrow, it's one of the issues that came up at the very end of the final session, education financing, a global conversation towards rebuilding back inclusively, will be on time. Thank you, Secretariat. Thank you for the good work you've done today. Please, everybody will be coming in early. Thank you, your PSs, and have a great evening. Please enjoy our children. Watoto wetu, karibuni sana. Walimu na watoto wetu, karibuni sana. Please, let's take a picture of this and let's send it back home. Karibuni juu ya jukwaa mara hii. Welcome on top of the stage. Kwa karibuni juu ya jukwaa kabisa. Pandeni ngazi huku. Take the stairs. So as our children gather ready to serenade us back home. Let's please gather our things. Make sure we put them in our beautiful bags. Your notebooks, your pens, your phones, your handbags, personal belongings. So as they get ready, wherever it is you're staying, you can be sure Dar es Salaam is pretty safe. But if you wish to move around a bit light. Don't carry your bags and things. It's pretty safe, but you know, somebody might take a chance. And here we go. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, kwa watoto wetu. You can leave. Well, you know, it reaches a point you've sat down the whole day, you're kind of tired, you probably feel you just want to relax, you know, get to know each other a little bit better. This is a good time now to shake a hand, get to know each other. I think I've gone over the plan tomorrow. The program is on your mobile device. The application is called Summit Point, SUMMIT. It's really easy to register on it. Just click, attend our conference, and everything will be set out. We'll do our very best to continue to populate it. Mr. Ochola, sorry. Oh, absolutely, yes. By the way, you could ask your Tanzanian neighbor to just use the phone number, their phone number. It's fine. Because I understand that foreign numbers don't go through. Mr. Ochola, please, karibu sana.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As we are walking out, I just wanted to recognize all those who made this possible. Our sponsors, our support committees, various networks that we worked with. It's day one, but in a special way, I just want to recognize SIDA. SIDA has been an instrument in ensuring that Tenement does its mandate. And they did give us a lot of support to put up this conference together. But also, we want to acknowledge UOL. I know Kobia is here and Richard Long, he has stepped out already. But we just want to thank you in a special way when we reached out and you were able to stretch your arms. But also we want to thank Malala Fund, Pestalozzi. Thank you very much. Countless phone calls and communication, and we were able to be supported by Pestalozzi. But again, I also want to thank Aga Khan Foundation. Possibly a representative is here. Maybe they were in the morning, but indeed they did a significant contribution in ensuring that we are able to convene this meeting. Also, I would also wish to thank the foundation for tomorrow. I know they're outside, but some of them are here. When we also called them, introduced the program to them, they were very quick to respond and stretch their ends. Save the Children. I know Tumsif was here in the morning, but also he shall be delivering a session tomorrow also. Save the Children were also part of the sponsorship, CCBRT. And by the way, in case you have any health problem, you can see this CCBRT. They have their booth outside, but also they have a room there you can have some checkup. We also got some support from WeWorld, Children in Crossfire, HeartsNet, and last but not least, Igunga Primary School. We met Igunga Primary School last year when we were in Tabora, and we were so impressed by the way they put their songs together. And we think that is what educational transformation should be. So let me just do some commercial adverts for them here. If you have a campaign anywhere and you want a song to be composed by this school, please check up with their teachers. They will provide their numbers. But again, do not forget to contact TAMISEMI because they belong to TAMISEMI. So we are really impressed by the ingenuity of Igunga Primary School and how they have committed themselves to compose so many songs with the big hits. I know in the next 2 days, you would love them. These are just 2, but they have an album already. So if you want to buy some songs also, you are welcome to buy their songs. Otherwise, we want to wish you a very beautiful evening, and we are looking forward to see you tomorrow. God bless.